April 30th, meeting of the Lake Forest Historic Preservation Commission. The commission is here before you tonight to work together with all of you, property owners, neighbors, architects, to continue the tradition that was established nearly 40 years ago in this community. That tradition is a review process that allows community members to work together to preserve the qualities and unique character that make Lake Forest a special community. City of Lake Forest is committed to conducting open and democratic meetings, and to achieve that goal, meeting procedures have been adopted by the commission. A copy of the procedures is available at the back of the room on each agenda. As always, it's the intent of the commission to help manage the development and growth of the City of Lake Forest with a keen sense of preserving the historic structures and open space in the city for all its present and future residents. And our goal is to move each petition before us tonight through the review process as quickly as possible, while balancing the interests of the petitioners, neighboring property owners, and the larger community. I'll ask everyone this evening that's giving presentations to try to respect the time limit. We have a full agenda, and I'll ask the commissioners to introduce themselves.
I'm John Travers.
Susan Athenson.
Kurt Pairitz.
Mary Ellen Swenson.
Robert Alfe.
All right, our first order of business this evening is I believe we have a couple of meeting minutes from prior meetings. The January 22nd and the March 19th meeting. I'll ask the commissioners if anyone has any comments to either of those sets of minutes.
I didn't get to them.
Didn't get to them? Okay. Do you want to let me ask if anybody else has comments.
I have no comments, but I did get to them.
I got to them, but no comment.
No
You're
comments?
much more efficient than I
No
am.
comments, I saw.
All right, so I wonder if we're getting kind of stale on meeting minutes. I wonder if it's possible to approve these minutes with give Commissioner Athenson an opportunity to give you any feedback after this meeting.
Sure. If it's anything substantial, we would bring it back to you.
All right,
of
thank you. Let's
substance.
try, I'll ask for a motion if someone wants to make one to that extent.
I move that we approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, the motion's been made and seconded. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and that passes. So just let us know if there's anything substantive, and thank you for that.
Okay.
All right, we have first consideration. It's a restoration and repair request. It's consideration of a request for Certificate of Appropriateness approving restoration, repair, and replacement as needed of various elements of the church facade, including limestone stained glass windows at the Church of St. Mary. If you want to come on up and make your presentation, I don't expect anyone could have any conflict on this kind of thing, but I'll ask anyway.
No, I'm a parishioner, but I can remain objective.
You're still okay.
Same.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Frank Klepich, and I'm an architect and also a parishioner at St. Mary's, and I'm here tonight to present to you some architectural restoration and preservation work that we're considering for some specific architectural elements on the church that need some repair and preservation. This first slide is a plot plan which shows the campus of St. Mary's, and the church is on the. Oops, I just turned it off. Sorry. The church is on the northwest corner of the site. The road on the upper side of the slide is Green Bay Road, and then Illinois runs along the right side of the slide. The area that we're specifically looking at is the front facade of the church, which faces Illinois Road, and the little porch area and the facade, and turning the corners around the two towers. The first slide I want to show you tonight, just very briefly, go through a little bit of the architectural history of the church. The church was designed by Henry Lord Gay in 1910. And it is a blend of architectural styles of Gothic and Romanesque architecture. The Gothic architecture is, the examples of that are the towers on each corner of the front of the facade, the center entryway, and then the two portals on each side going through the towers with a large stained glass window above the entryway. And then there are stained glass windows alongside the church in the nave. The one thing you'll notice is that the arches are not Gothic, but they're Romanesque, and that's the blending that's taking effect. So you have arched windows instead of pointed arched windows, that would be Gothic. And then the entryway has a stone surround, which is very Romanesque and classic, and with a pediment on top, and the two side entries also have limestone pediments above that as well. This is the church today. One other thing I want to just point out is the tracery. You can really see the tracery in the stained glass windows, which is wood. In medieval architecture, those would have actually been limestone, and they were painted gray in those days. This photo is from about 1930, and they were painted gray to match the limestone of the entry portals. Today, that tracery is covered by Lexan panels in aluminum frames, which was probably done in the 70s. That was a typical way to preserve the glass. And you can see that the limestone is pretty much full of dirt and somewhat eroded as well over the years. And at some point, we think in the 1940s or 1950s, they put that large terrace in front of the church, which has a limestone balustrade and a concrete slab that's poured on grade. So our three areas of concern are preserving the stained glass windows, preserving and restoring the limestone and masonry on the north facade, and then also replacing the concrete slab on the front terrace. With regards to the stained glass windows, as I pointed out before, the glass is really covered by yellowed Lexan glass and aluminum frames. And you lose the color of the glass, and you also lose the tracery in the glass as well. This is what our proposal is. This is an example that was done by the contractor that we're considering doing the work. On the left side, you can see that the Lexan glass covers the tracery in the glass of that window. And on the right side, that is covered with preservation glass, but the glass is installed between the tracery, and it's clear 1/4 inch laminated glass. It's actually a lot of it's fabricated on site by laser and installed in the stops of the tracery. So now you can really appreciate the tracery of the structure that holds up the glass, and also the glass itself. This is a section of a before and after section where the Lexan glass, see the Lexan glass on the left side covers the sashes of the windows. On the right side, the new glass is installed inside the sashes themselves to allow you to see and enjoy the tracery of and the design of the stained glass windows. This is one of our nave windows, and that actually has some glass from all periods. It's protective glass that was installed in a better way, but you can see that over time they were removing glass that had either been broken or the seals broken with different types of glass. So we're hoping that we can make that all one type of glass in the restoration work. So the scope of our work here on the stained glass window, turn it off again, is to install the laminated glass on the stained glass window in the front, in the towers, and the two side windows. And also in the side elevations of each tower. And then as funds become available, we would also put the laminated glass on the nave side. This is another example of before and after on another church where I'm sorry, I'm just learning this pointer here, where the laminated glass was installed here, but not on these windows over here. As far as the limestone restoration, this is an up-close picture of the center entry portal. The limestone is pretty blackened, and a lot of the mortar joints are starting to fall out. And in some cases, there's some erosion of the brackets and the crown molding. This is a better picture of that. You can see the black areas here. The black areas, the brackets, and then the crown molding that's eroding here. So our proposal here is to actually remove the pediments and take them off-site to be cleaned and restored. And in some cases, we would actually replace some of the elements that have been totally deteriorated. But we would have the pieces from the other side that are still good to model the new pieces from. This is the west entry portal on the terrace. That pretty much needs cleaning and some restoration, but not much replacement. This is the west portal, and that you can see will need some replacement in the entablature here. The other thing we're going to do, once the pieces are reinstalled, all of those mortar joints will be taken out and new mortar installed so that all the mortar joints match, and it won't look like a patchwork when the pieces are reinstalled and the new pieces in. Then on the front porch, this is the area of the front terrace that was probably built in the 40s or 50s. The concrete slab there was poured on grade. It has no structure, no foundation structure. So during the freeze-thaw cycles in Chicago and Lake Forest, the concrete slab moves up and down. It was not installed on foundations. So what our proposal here is, it also slopes into the building. So there's some crazy things going on. There is a drain installed at the front door to take that water, and you can see how that's working out. The concrete is deteriorating, cracking, and this is another crack in the slab. So our plan here is to remove the existing slab, put foundation walls in that go below the frost line, and re-pour a new slab over those foundation walls, anchored in with rebar, and then sloping the concrete out towards the grass area. These are some sections, and also taking out the new steps taking out the old steps, lowering them with the new pour, and then reinstalling the existing limestone over the new concrete stairs. So it'll primarily look like nothing happened. And then in some of the balusters, these cross balusters that surround the terrace, we're going to clean those and restore them. And in some cases, in 3 sections actually, we're going to have to replace the sections because they're in pretty bad shape and deteriorating as well. So that's our plan.
All right, thank you very much. I'll ask the staff if there's a staff report.
That was quite comprehensive. Really don't have much to add other than both this project and the next project are really the types of projects that the commission really likes to see. This project, the proper due diligence was done. We had several meetings with the representatives of the Church of St. Mary's, and staff supports this request. Thank you.
Great, nice thorough presentation. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Sure.
On the masonry tuck pointing, are you going to be able or need to somewhat tint that mortar on the brickwork? It's kind of, the color probably won't be just natural.
Yeah, the mortar will be somewhat colored to look like it's aged on the limestone, so it's not a bright white.
Right.
So we will be, cognizant of that.
Will there be some pointing on the brick too?
The brick is the brick is in great shape. There must have been some tuck pointing done in the last 10 or 15 years, but we will clean the whole facade. The whole facade will be cleaned, power washed, and brushed down.
Also, the new deck, the old deck was a patterned concrete. What are you doing this time?
Yeah, it's going to be concrete that will also be colored in sort of an aged color, so it'll look like older concrete. It won't be colored or patterned like the concrete that you saw there. That concrete was actually poured 10 years ago, and so that was not original either. It's a colored patterned concrete, and it was poured on grade, and it's just been moving around.
So this will be a plain surface.
A plain surface, but it will be scored in lines that kind of pick up the facade, the buttresses in the facade, but very, very subtle.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Do you have any drawings of those, the scored designs in the concrete? And do you know the color of the concrete? You said it's going to be colored. What color?
Right, but it'll be colored to
Gray,
almost
red?
a limestone.
Limestone color,
Yeah.
okay.
So, so the scoring, you see there are 3 portals. There's one here, and one here, entry portals, and then there's a window opening between each portal. So our plan is to score squares or rectangles in front of each portal to pick up the design of the elevation of the church. But they're really control joints for the concrete in an architectural pattern.
I have some questions about the windows also, just so I understand. It's not just one big pane of glass then that you're putting under
No,
there?
it's
individual, but like between the muttons, that's the traceries, right?
It's amazing what these guys do. And they've done it on a number of churches and public buildings throughout the country where they actually laser the pieces on, they take a form between each opening in the tracery, and then they laser a lot of the glass, the smaller pieces at least, on site. The bigger pieces go back to their shop, and then they install them in the stops of the existing tracery. And that's the way the stained glass windows were originally designed. They have stops that were meant to have protective glass over them on the outside. But, in the 70s and that brutalistic age of architecture, people decided to use Lexan glass. It was cheap in aluminum frames, and they just covered up the whole opening, totally destroying the architecture of the tracery.
So do you worry about deterioration with the traceries exposed to elements like that because they haven't been exposed for a
Well,
long time, right?
they're going to be, what they do at the same time of pulling off the Lexan glass, they review the wood and its condition, and then they'll replace some of the wood, the stops, prime it, and then paint it. So they're pretty thorough.
And the color of the tracery, will you go back to the gray or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's what our plan
Yeah,
is.
cool. All right, any other questions?
Just one more. Will you explain the limestone cleaning process? At what point are you going to stop cleaning the limestone? Until it looks brand new, or are you going to leave some age?
Yeah.
How will it look? Will it look,
Yeah,
know?
we're not going to get it to look brand new. That's not our plan either. It'll be cleaned with a very mild detergent and a brush. So there still will be some dirt particles and things like that in the limestone, and it'll still look old. But it's our plan is to get rid of that blackened stuff that just looks aged. It just does not look right.
okay.
So is your next project working on restoring the interior? Just wondering.
All right, now's an opportunity for any public testimony on this item, if we have any. If you do, come on up and tell us what you think. Looks like you got away with it on that one there. I'll ask if there's any other deliberations from the commissioners. And I'll echo Kathy's comment that this is great stuff. So congratulations, and we look forward to a good job. I'll ask if there's a motion.
I have a motion.
Thanks.
I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving restoration, repair, and replacement of limited exterior materials, including replacement of the protective coverings over the stained glass windows at the Church of St. Mary, 175 East Illinois, consistent with the report presented to the commission on April 30th, 2014. The motion is based on the findings detailed in the staff report and incorporates the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings. The approval would be subject to the following conditions of approval. Prior to the issuance of a building permit, staff in consultation with the commission chairman as appropriate is directed to review the plans and materials submitted for permit to confirm that the details of the work and the materials are consistent with the representations made to the commission at the public hearing. And 2, staff is directed to conduct ongoing inspections as the work progresses.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
A second.
And seconded by Commissioner Atherton. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There you go. Good job. And nice motion.
I don't make motions.
I like it though. All right, next agenda item is a consideration of a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving restoration, repair, replacement as needed for various architectural elements of Market Square. I'll ask the commissioners if anyone has any conflict on this one,
No.
and I see none, so come on up and let us know what you got.
Hello, my name is Eileen Shope. I'm with the architectural firm OKW Architects. Along with some of our team we have over here is Ann McGuire from McGuire Architects, who is our historic preservation consultant and our facade expert, and also members of our team, Mike Fitzgerald, who's a native Lake Forest resident, and the owner, Michael Schreiber, here with us tonight. What we'd like to quickly talk about is the restoration and preservation of the Market Square property, which I'm sure all of you are highly familiar with, so I won't get into the detail of the buildings and their history. What we're proposing in this certificate is to do some much-needed kind of stabilization repair to the historic envelope. It's something that needs to be done during this weather season so that we can prepare for the winter, as that tends to cause the most damage and has been occurring in the last few years. So what we're focusing on is basically the Market Square historic envelope of the Shaw properties, as well as the Griffith block on the end and some of the masonry on the left bank. As I move forward, this is just a quick synopsis of some of the damage that is happening to the property in regards to the areas we're looking for restoration work for. It's the slate roofing, the stucco work, masonry, and the gutters that go along with the roof. As you can see, last year with the weather we had, it was quite evident that the roofs and their gutter system were not being able to handle the amount of snow and rain, and became evident to all of us that it's something we needed to take care of as soon as possible. This is a quick plan that shows the location of the roof that we're discussing to repair. Right now it is shingle, slate on both sides of the peaked mansard roof. We are going to replace this roof as it is reaching its end of life. Its slate is about a 100-year product, and we're reaching right around our 100 years. So the intent is to remove all of the existing slate all the way down to the wood substrate and replace the building envelope with ice and water shield and new slate that will match the existing color and texture that was there prior. We will also be replacing the copper roof cap, because that's in very bad shape and has been curling and pulling up, and water has been getting underneath it. And we will be replacing and repairing the existing gutter system that goes along with it. It's a copper half-round gutter, and there's some beautiful conductor boxes that we're hoping to keep, and some downspout connections. We're going to keep as much as we can, rehang with new hangers, new flashing to tie the system in so we don't have these large gaps where the water is coming in between and back up underneath the roof. There's a couple pictures here of some of the slate damage. We are proposing to put on the back side of the roof an asphalt shingle that mimics the slate. There's a picture here from the actual category, and our consultant has used this product on other historic buildings where the use of a slate is really not an appropriate use for where it is on the roof. And by that I mean the back side of this roof is the mechanical core, and the slate is right up against where these mechanical units are, electrical penetrations, the workers are up on the roof. So the slate is getting damaged in contact. It's not a good product to have where you're going to have physical work on the backside, as well as the back roof is an asphaltic membrane, and the connection between the slate and the asphalt roof is a vulnerable spot. And it's a framed roof system, and trying to keep the water out for the property is the best approach. So we are proposing to put on the backside, which isn't visible from a public street, an asphalt shingle replacement. What you see here are some more pictures explaining kind of where the gutters and the profiles and the conductor boxes that we will reuse. I think it's a quite a straightforward kind of repair, replace, matching exactly in kind, the shape and the profile. The next slide, is basically a section to kind of explain where we have the kind of slate profile. We have this slate existing here, and there was existing slate in this portion. This is a photo kind of from the back side. The masonry firewall parapets back up along here, and it's a very difficult connection flashing detail where all of these elements come together. So the bonus of doing an asphalt product is the asphalt will blend easily with the new asphalt roof that will be coming in the future, as well as it's a great flashing system for the masonry. We will be using copper flashing on the backside as well. This product has a very long warranty and would merit using a copper flashing system. It has a standard 50-year warranty as opposed to some of the lighter products that you might be aware of in the asphalt shingle range. So it's a very high-end, very long life product. The next item that we're going to do work on is the masonry facade elements. A majority of the space, the masonry is fairly good shape. The biggest concern we have is some of the older Griffith block buildings that are not part of the Shaw original design, but predate on Western Avenue. And those buildings have seen a lot of, have not seemed to have as much work done to them as much as the Shaw property has. So we definitely would like to get in there, and these areas are getting 100% retuck, grinding fully the mortar joints out, matching the existing mortar that we find, and replacing those areas. There are minor tuck pointing on the towers and a few on the backside at lintels where we see a little bit of movement. We will be doing full mock-ups at every stage and reviewing that with our team as well as the city inspections. Our intent is to not have to replace any brick, to reuse as much as possible, to match the mortar color exactly as well as we can. It's a very simple existing mortar, natural pattern, so that should be an easy thing to accomplish. And that is the intent of the masonry repair. So we will be doing these facades, and there is some damage on the front of this building in the parapet as well as the alley side that have been neglected over the years because they're tucked back in between the buildings, and those need some serious tucking and maybe rebuilding on the back sides as well. This is a great kind of explanation of where we're doing tuck pointing and where we're also doing cleaning. The limestone in a majority of the places has some copper staining from the roofs up above and some of the algae, which is the black color that you sometimes see, as well as some staining from salts and some proper cleaning in the past. We're going to be using a very gentle method to see what we can remove and how much we can remove. The intent is not to make it look brand new, but to get the damaged surfaces off. There are some areas that have been painted, and we are definitely going to be removing the paint from those areas. Specifically, the Griffith block has a lot of the green on the existing limestone, and we'd like to restore that as well. We'll be doing some minor patching of some of the limestone, but it's in fairly good shape. There's only a few places where some, protrusions and awning anchors, et cetera, that no longer exist are there. We also will be removing all of those along the entire facade so that we do not have any more of these metal protrusions that are causing problems in the future. This is the south elevation. You can see there's not a lot of major tuck pointing that's being done along this facade, but we will be reviewing in detail when we're up with the mason on the scaffold to make sure that we've got every point complete. And this is the left bank where we're redoing the bottom piece and the part underground that is part of the top part of the basement wall, as well as the side where the basement and the floor meet. The next part of the program that we're going to do is we're going to do some stucco repair. A majority of the building, the stucco is in fairly decent shape. It's been painted in the past to match kind of the original historic color that the raw stucco would have been. And that paint is starting to peel, especially at some of the gutters and downspouts. So we're going to go back in and replace that surface material, match the texture, as well as some of the decorative medallions that were designed. Some of those medallion pieces are starting to get lost. So we're going to repair the circle leaves that are there. The Griffith block stucco is in very poor shape and is starting to slump off the facade. So this area will be a complete stucco removal and replacement. It's just in these bays right in this area here. Again, I think these older buildings in the past have gotten lost standing next to the Shaw and overlooked, but they're beautiful old buildings that, from the earlier history before the Shaw building was there, so. This is a picture, it's hard to see, but probably in your pamphlet, the circular leaf design that we will be going in to straighten out and clean. Part of the process that we're going to do in this project is full drawings and specifications giving very clear instructions to the contractor, as well as submitting this to the city when we do our documents. And the other piece of the project we're doing is creating a preservation guideline when the project is complete that will be used by the owner when he is doing repairs and renovations as the process goes forward. And that is time, and I'm finished.
Pretty good.
Good.
All right, I'll ask if there's a staff report on this one.
Again, a very thorough presentation, so I won't take up the time reviewing any of the information presented. As Ms. Show noted, this project is long overdue, and it really is wonderful to see the attention that is being put into this building. The team for this project has been doing due diligence for probably at least a year now. They've brought in the appropriate experts, and I think the level of detail and thought that is put into this is something that the community is going to really benefit from long term. I did note in the staff report that there also is some work going on inside. Again, the team has worked very closely with city staff, in that case, both from the Community Development Department and the Fire Department, to address some life safety issues, do some general upgrades that need to occur. We do expect in the future, as the maintenance and preservation restoration work gets completed, that the team will be coming back to you with some other ideas, talking about awnings, signage, perhaps some restoration of storefronts to the original character, and some other exterior enhancements. So more to come on this, but we thought it was important that the team wanted to come before you and begin the conversation, allow you to get to know them and build the confidence of the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions from commissioners on this agenda item?
I have a few.
Sure, go for it.
First of all, the information and the visuals in your packet are outstanding, really outstanding. Thank you very much. I enjoyed it, actually.
Great.
Are you going to let the copper age naturally, or are you going to treat it?
I think we're going to let it age naturally. Right now, the copper is in a majority of the spots, because of the water runoff, is actually in a very kind of natural copper state as it is now.
Right.
We're doing the roof on the tower that has the patina is in fairly good shape. We've noticed one corner over the winter that needs a little care, and when we get further up with the scaffolding, we're going to take another look at that. But the intent is to keep it in its natural state and let it age gracefully as it should.
Okay. And you're really going to replace all the slate? You're not just going to patch it?
Yes,
You're going to replace it completely?
Correct. What
Okay.
happens with slate is it's a 100-year product, and we're right on the 100-year. And as soon as you touch at least 20% of a slate roof,
You're
you
done.
really need to start over. And what happens that you'll find is that the copper nails that were used to hold the slate are completely gone. And it's just kind of hanging up there. And a lot of places, people have put asphalt to lock the slate in. So then every time there's a movement, there's slates that fall off the roof, and this is in front of the public way, so, that's a problem. On the back of the roof, I know when I was up there was quite a bit of slate that pops off. And so what you see on an age of this roof is that the intent to try to keep the slate the actual stone itself is weathered and flaked past what it needs to do to wear. So you need to start over with new slates, but in the same pattern and color variation, so that you can get another 100 years.
I'm impressed
out
you're
of the
starting over
building.
and doing it completely. That's excellent. Thank you.
We realized it was the best way to go when we started doing the research on the product and where we're at with the lifespan.
Do you have a sample of the new slate?
We do have some samples of the slate. Obviously, we're going to have,
This is these are a combination because it's a blend, but this is variegated purple, unfaded green, and unfaded mottled purple based on the range of what we see out here. So if you hold two and
I'm gonna get it.
Well, they kind of have to hold them
Sure,
together,
if you,
because,
can
so it's a mix of all those.
mix, when you look on the roof, it's a mix, it's a blend. Again, what we will do with the slates from the contractor, he will be submitting it, and we will do a mock-up
Yeah.
of the blend before they proceed with the rest of the roof.
Any other
Thank you very much.
questions?
Yeah, I have a question. As long as we're on the roof, I might as well stay on the slate, because, when we're restoring, such a significant historic property here. I mean, this is the most significant historic property in Lake Forest. And thank you so much for taking the time and the energy on this. It's really dear to everyone's heart here in Lake Forest. But typically, you'd want to just replace all the slates on it.
Correct.
And even if you can't see it, because you don't want to have some kind of Disneyland facade where you just have the front and not the back.
Correct.
So I'm just wondering, in your opinion, are you compromising the historical integrity of this if you're taking away some of the historic material?
When we were first reviewing this roof, and, the first time I went on the roof, I was like, it's slate back here? I've done a number of historic buildings that have the fake gable, and the backside is not a product. So I was quite shocked when I saw it the first time. As a team, we discussed the pros and cons, because what we were finding is on that back side of the roof, the slates were in worse shape than they were on the other side. And part of the problem is it's a pitched roof, so the water rides up quite high, and the snow sits constantly when you have a snowstorm event, and it's getting underneath the shingles, and shingles are designed to stop the water from this way. If water comes this way, it cannot stop it. So what we noticed is there was quite a lot of damage, and also all of the mechanical equipment is hidden behind that roof. It's all over the place, and to get around, you actually have to step sometimes on the slate roof to get around, which is the worst thing you want to do with a slate product. The other problem we noticed is the integration of the slate with the asphalt roof was a problem, and how it met the parapet walls. And we were really concerned that if we tried to put slate on the backside, that we would be causing more maintenance headaches and causing leaks in the roofs that we might not be able to see for quite a while. And that to us seemed very important to kind of look at. The second thought we had is it's very difficult to even see that it's the slate, so we started throwing around the asphalt shingles, and the intent was from a distance that you might be able to see this if you're quite far away or maybe in a building farther down the street. The shingle look we were looking for mimics the slate from that definition. It's not a piece of property, a piece of roof that you see up close. So we felt that it was important to match the feel, if you could see it from a far angle or off down the road, that you would see that slate effect. And the other reality is that the replacement of the slate roof is an incredibly expensive endeavor, and we felt that there are more important things historically on the facade we would like to tackle as opposed to the backside of a building. And we had to replace the backside, and there's a lot of work we'd love to do on the storefronts, the facades, the signage that we know is coming down in our research, and we felt that that was the best way for this building, the best use of material cost as well.
So in terms of the historical integrity and following Shaw's intentions when he designed this, do you think that's going to compromise the historic integrity?
I don't think it's a compromise on the historic integrity, because it's something that's not very viewable by anyone else but someone who hops up on that roof to climb around. I think he used the material he had at the time. I know that the asphalt roof that we have behind it is probably not the same technology that Shaw used as well, but we want to make sure that we're protecting the rest of his facade in the right manner. So I don't believe it's damaging the historic integrity. I think it's a great way to make sure that we keep the rest of the integrity on his building by using different elements in different locations.
So you said, did I hear you say the asphalt shingles have a 50-year
Yes,
life?
these product that we're
That's really
using have
long.
a 50-year warranty. They look amazing in the photographs, and Anne has used them on a property that we had the same issue, that we had some backside areas, and that were going to be economically difficult for someone to repair and replace. And what we thought was great is that from where people can see this, it will appear as if it is slate, and it's not going to be a change. Yeah, this is not the color we're using because it's one pattern, but they have a blend that matches. And the photo that we have in the brochure is straight from one of their actual installations. So we feel it's the right way to handle the interpretation of a historic building that has to live and grow another 100 years.
I'm Ann McGuire from McGuire Liskey. I would just interject that as the National Park Service would accept as a substitute material when it's deemed needed, one that matches at least in size, color, and texture. So we realize we have a different material that isn't slate, but it mimics it in its appearance. And so we felt that it was appropriate to use in an area that was not visible from the parcel.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I have one more. Along the lines of your excellent Disneyland reference.
Sorry.
No, it was,
I mean,
stuck with me.
Unless you're Walt Disney.
Yeah, sorry. That's not the right thing to say.
I want to just touch on the cleaning again of the limestone, which I seem to be stuck on tonight.
No, it's a great question.
You know, a little age is good.
Yes.
You know, the look of a little age is fine, and I don't necessarily think it looks bad or in areas look dirty. What is your plan?
The
There isn't
plan
any
is-
restoration needed, so it's not like you need to, you know,
Correct.
go over that area.
There are some areas that have paint that we're removing. It's been painted green, and it's limestone. And some of the return limestones at the doors have been painted green, so we're removing that. There's some staining from the copper roofs that's building up. It's a green, and it's a chemical element that sits on the limestone. We'd like to kind of remove that because that can start corroding the stone. And in some areas, there's some damage from maybe previous washing or painting, so it's a very gentle kind of, what I guess I would say is just to freshen up, to just get the organic materials that are growing on it, like the algae, et cetera, off of the limestone. So we're not looking for a deep power clean. It's just a very gentle cleanse to kind of freshen up the limestone facade and just let it keep going for another 100 years.
Thank you.
You know, let me ask you too about these decorative stucco features.
Correct.
That's got to be a complicated process to restore those.
Yes, and we will be hiring an expert to help us with it, but a lot of what we're going to be doing is doing the kind of like a mold piece, and we don't want to replace it all. We want to keep what's there, and just the areas that have a problem, kind of fleshing them out. It seems like over time, some of them have chipped off or people have painted, and so they're losing their definition.
So do you
It is a
actually
complicated-
resculpture them, or how do you?
Well, it's an actual plaster sculpture that was put on there in the beginning when it was meshed in. So what we'll have to do is it may just be the ability to layer that back on top. It may be cutting out and replacing pieces of those. And we will know the exact procedure when we get up right close to it, working with a plaster expert to figure out the best way. The most important thing is we don't want to just wholesale replace it. Because part of the circle is still there, the other parts are off. So, and it depends on each facade. Some are in better shape than the others. But they're starting to lose their impact when you look up. They're starting to wash off.
They're kind of disappearing.
Correct. And so, the key thing in restoration is always, try to leave as much as you can and enhance what used to be and bring it back.
And I'm so glad to see these guidelines for maintenance, because that's the one thing I was going to ask you if you develop these. I mean, this is fabulous that you've done this already.
Correct, Anne, that's part of her.
Great. I mean, Kathy, can we review these at some point? I'd just love to see what you
Yeah, I'm
suggest.
sure when the process is all done, it's probably a helpful, document to see, what can be done to keep the properties. You spend all this time and energy restoring them, you want to make sure that,
Right.
5, 10, 15 years, the same thing is
Exactly.
occurring. So once you figured it all out once, it should be documented so that it's an easy process.
Yes, there's been so much deferred maintenance over the years. I think we've all been witness to that. It's so nice to see that we have a plan to go forward in the future. So thank you for thinking of that.
Sure.
And I have another question for you, because this is kind of another safety issue I've noticed, and I don't know if you're going to tackle this right now, but, I walk almost daily in Market Square, and I has noticed the sidewalks, and the brick is uneven, and it's an aesthetic issue. Are you going to tackle that with this, or is that something down the future?
It's not in this scope of work. I know that's what happened over this winter has exasperated. I've seen this across a lot of projects. The amount of cold we had and the heave really have caused those pavers to kind of move. I think they're shifting back into place. I know that the streetscape, et cetera, is something that we are diving into, but in terms of this restoration, it hasn't, it's not part of that envelope or scheme. Also, that's not physically our property, it's actually the city's property. The property line is right on the edge of the building. So it's definitely something that, from a safety standpoint, we know we need to address, but it's a more complicated piece of infrastructure and coordination that we're going to have to do to understand what we're going to do and how we're doing it and what is actually needed. I think a lot that's what's happening now is this winter, when I was walking around, it seemed like every day, and I think if you've noticed, that's happened in a lot of places because the heave and frost have been so bad. Curbs are now, asphalt is above the curb, et cetera, in a lot of places, so.
Well, I also bring that up because we're talking about restoration here, and the original surface was concrete, which I think is a lot safer, and an aesthetic also helps to make the building more dominant. If you just have brick against brick, you kind of
Right,
lose
you're
that
losing the facade.
of the facade. So if we're talking restoration, I don't know whose that is, but I would encourage someone to look at going back to the original show intention of concrete.
We actually are intending to work with the city on landscape and hardscape, but we wanted to get the maintenance, the emergency repairs in this first phase approved, and then we'll work with city and hopefully you all to keep going.
Okay,
Correct.
kind of jumped the
There's
gun there, sorry.
More work coming, it's let's tackle the key. The key for us is this is the weather season that we need for this work. We need to have it done prior to the temperature change. And you never know in this area how long that weather's gonna last. For tuck pointing and for shovel work, you need to be 40 degrees and above.
Right.
And I know sometimes in September, you can get those cold days, even a drop at night is potentially a problem, so.
Right.
That was the aim of our focus, was to get those
going.
pieces addressed and going.
Great. Sorry.
Any other question from commissioners? Now's an opportunity for the public, if there's any public testimony on this petition. And I see none, so it's an opportunity to deliberate for the commissioners. Do we have any deliberations?
I think I just deliberated.
You deliberate? Well, it's okay.
No, I think it's terrific. Thank you so much for taking this on, and it's just really encouraging and gratifying to see someone really take some care into these buildings that mean so much to all of us, especially someone who has some emotion invested in it too. So we appreciate all the work you've done on it.
John, any comment?
Having been a tenant for quite a number of years
that's right.
in Market Square, I'm very happy to see this investment in the structure. It's a wonderful place. Obviously, I agree with others that maintenance has been deferred, and so I'm delighted to see what you all are doing.
Good to go, everybody?
Good to go, very good.
All right, I'll ask if there's a motion.
I have a motion if you like one.
I love a motion.
Okay.
Quick on that.
I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving restoration, repair, and replacement of limited exterior materials at Market Square consistent with the report presented to the Commissioners by the petitioner dated April 9th, 2014. The motion is based on the findings detailed in the staff report dated April 30th, 2014, and incorporates the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the Commission at this public meeting as additional findings. The approval would be subject to the following conditions of approval. 1, prior to the issuance of a building permit, staff, in consultation with the Commission Chairman as appropriate, is directed to review the plans and materials submitted for permit, and to view on-site mock-ups as they are put in place to confirm that the details of the work and the materials are consistent with the representations made to the Commission at the public hearing. 2, staff is directed to conduct ongoing inspections as the work progresses.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we're on a roll. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And the motion passes. Congratulations on that. We look forward to seeing continued petitions from you. I know that the staff has spent a lot of time talking with you about some of the issues that we've had in the past on Market Square, and so we look forward to more progress. So good luck with that. All right, next agenda item, if I can find it, will be a residential petition. This is a consideration of a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving an entry gate, reconfigured drive approach, and a garden pavilion at 901 Rosemary Road. And I will ask the commissioners if anyone has any conflict on this item.
No.
So we're good to go, and as soon as you get organized, you can show us what you got.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for hearing our petition tonight. I'm Diana Melikar of Melikar Architects. Due to time constraints, I will be presenting our project team's materials tonight. However, Sarah Ferlin of Mariani Landscape and Dan Smizny of Grega Jordan Smizny Interiors are also available during the question and answer period. As you're aware, the main home at 901 Rosemary Road underwent renovations and additions in 2013 for speculative redevelopment. The Flynns have recently purchased the property, and today they have taken full stewardship of it. Here you see an aerial photo of the Flynns' property. The Flynns are presently undertaking a second round of building upgrades to the estate home, and they are in the process of consolidating their 2 property parcels into one. Now I will address the proposed site design. First, I'd like to review the driveway and site approach. The manor home is located on 4.5 acres, which makes it one of the larger estate properties in East Lake Forest. This image shows the existing site plan with the current driveway indicated in red. The estate home is currently accessed by a shared driveway along the property's western edge near the ravine. At one time, the property to the south of the estate home was its coach house, so the driveway was actually a private lane for the estate only. Today, the coach house has been subdivided from the estate and has different ownership. Therefore, the shared drive condition has been created out of necessity rather than by choice. An estate of the Flynn's stature and size would not typically share a driveway for guests, and the Flynn's would prefer a private driveway entry located closer to Mayflower Road. This preferred driveway entry is further facilitated by the Flynn's property consolidation. This image shows the existing shared drive remaining in place on the left, and a proposed private entry drive for visitors as shown in aqua color. The proposed drive entry is located on the northeastern edge of the site, and it will provide for better privacy at the street. The new drive will also allow for a long view of the estate house upon visitors' approach. This image serves as the inspiration for that curvilinear driveway approach. This image shows the driveway configuration directly in front of the estate home. The home's existing drop-off zone, as shown on the left, is a narrow roadway designed in a lozenge shape. The proposed driveway forecourt, as shown on the right, is more appropriately sized in relation to the house and front yard lawn panel above it. The new forecourt also allows for two-directional movements of vehicles, accommodates visitor parking, and has turnaround ability for limousines and other larger vehicles. The front lawn panel will lie adjacent to the driveway forecourt. The image on the left indicates the proposed front lawn panel. It utilizes the existing wall at Rosemary Road to bracket its north end. The image on the right serves as design inspiration for that lawn panel. Now I will address the Rosemary Road entry walls and gates. This image shows the existing stucco and stone capped entry walls that are located at the shared western driveway. These existing walls are located adjacent to the sidewalk, and they are a visible marker along the Rosemary Road streetscape. The existing entry drive walls are 7 feet at the street and crescendo to a height of 8'6" at the driveway pillars. The upper drawing in this image is that of the existing western entry walls. The lower image is that of the proposed eastern entry walls and gate located on the Flynn's property closer to Mayflower Road. The new wall and gate design will be consistent in height, detailing, and materials as the existing western entry wall condition, except that simpler stone acorns will top only the main piers adjacent to the gates rather than the 3 to 4 foot high carved stone lions and pine cones that top each existing pier. The walls and gates will be set back much further into the Flynn's property than the existing western entry walls, and the gates will be understated in design so that they blend into the landscape more freely. The proposed driveway eventually terminates at the estate home's garage motor court. Here you see a plan of that area. These images show the north elevation of the garage motor court. The above rendering shows the design as recently approved by the Historic Preservation Commission. It has a continuous wall enclosing this service court. The image below shows the proposed modification to this wall by providing a 14-foot wide opening in the wall for access for the new entry drive. Now I will address the Flynn's property perimeter. You will see on the site plan that Mariani Landscape is proposing a major cleanup and restoration of the Flynn's property perimeter. Invasive plant species such as buckthorn and honeysuckle will be removed. The Flynn's would like to plant a new privacy screen at the yard perimeter comprised of semi-native plants that are historically accurate to the property. Along the western shared drive, new plantings will enhance the entry to the neighbor's property. New perimeter site fencing will be provided for security and per swimming pool regulations. For the most part, the new fencing will either be buried in dense landscape screening, set back from the street, or as transparent as possible in more open areas such as the ravine driveway. Now I'd like to review the proposed rear yard features. As you can see in the site plan, the proposed swimming pool is oriented in the east-west direction and is centered on the home's rear terrace. Minimal hardscape will surround it. Its prominence is minimized from view from the house, but the pool rests in line with the proposed garden pavilion. The goal is to avoid the view of a covered pool during the long winter months, but have the view of the pool and the yard beyond when using the garden pavilion. The garden pavilion is situated between the new swimming pool and a new garden play yard for the Flynn's daughter, shown on the left. The pavilion is ideally positioned to service both areas of the rear yard, while mom can easily view children's play activities from the kitchen windows. Also, the pavilion is tucked behind the southerly neighbor's garage, which is shown on the bottom left of this image. Therefore, the Flynn's will not view their neighbor's garage end wall, and the neighbor's view of the garden pavilion from the home is minimized. This image shows an inspiration for the pool area, where it acts more like a water feature in the landscape rather than a recreational feature. The proposed garden pavilion will service the backyard and pool functions. It is designed as a garden folly. Therefore, rather than mimicking the style of the original home, its style is minimalist and classical. It is a modern interpretation of similar 19th and early 20th century garden precedents. Although intentionally different from the estate home, the pavilion's simplicity, proportions, and high quality materials will complement the home. Building materials include stucco walls to match the house, limestone base, top, and window door surrounds, and a zinc-coated soldered copper standing seam roof. Doors and windows will be high-quality, narrow-profile Hope's windows. The large French door and transom openings are similar in scale to the main home's living and sun porch fenestration. Here is a cross-section of the site showing the garden pavilion in the center in context with the house. As you can see, the style of the pavilion helps to mitigate the building mass, and the proposed pavilion respects the scale of the neighboring garage, as you see on the left. Lastly, I will address the rear yard garden wall. This image shows the existing garden wall that the Flynns inherited in their rear yard. The existing wall, which is only a remnant of the original garden wall enclosure, is in a state of disrepair. This is a 1946 historic aerial image of the Flynns' property. This is one such photo that indicates the existing rear garden wall. This wall was extensive and historically separated a southerly servant's yard and vegetable garden from the formal yard of the main house. However, this condition no longer exists as the estate was subdivided several years ago and the vegetable garden was abandoned. This image shows the garden wall fragment, as shown in red, in the context of the Flynns' proposed rear yard landscape plan. The Flynns would like to remove the garden wall as it serves no functional purpose today. As you can see, the wall is detrimental to the overall use of the backyard since the wall fragment bisects it. This concludes our presentation. Thank you for your consideration, and we'll look forward to your question and answers.
All right, nice job. Everybody's finishing on time. This timing thing is working out. I can't believe I didn't think of that years ago.
Practice.
All right, now's an opportunity for a staff report, right?
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. At this point, the staff recommendation is for the commission to provide input and comment on this project, given the number of components that are before the commission, the significance of the house, and the potential impact to neighbors looking at the overall site plan and the size of the property. So for the staff comments this evening, I think I'll throw out a couple questions for the commission to consider and to provide a framework for your discussion. Some items to consider with respect to the new driveway is the new curb cut to the east of the property an appropriate move for this property? It certainly is consistent with previous approvals that have been granted for the property that did allow for one additional curb cut along the street. Is the location of the curb cut the best location for the project? The commission does have some comments from the Preservation Foundation that talks about the location of the driveway in the context of the broader neighborhood, in particular, particularly the adjacent property to the east. Then moving to the entrance gates, is the height and location of the pillars and entrance gate appropriate for the size of the structure, size of the property? The proposal is taller than what is permitted by code, but there is an allowance for taller structures when the scale when a taller structure has merit given the scale of the property or associated structure. Then moving to the improvements proposed to the rear of the historic structure, is the style, location, and size of the pool pavilion appropriate for this project? And then, of course, the last piece that the petitioner commented on is the demolition of the existing garden wall, does it meet the demolition criteria in the code? The commission did approve demolition of some of the garden walls as this property has come before the commission over the past year and a half to allow for more flexibility with the rear yard given the interior changes that are proposed. Currently under construction on the project is a previously approved attached garage and detached garage. And you've seen in the presentation some modifications to that front garden wall associated with those new garages. So I'd be happy to answer any questions this evening, but staff is looking for your input on this project.
All right, thank you very much. So now's an opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions. I think I'll ask one myself to start. And I think I'll direct it towards the perimeter of the house first, or the request first, if I could. And it has to do with the fencing. The intention is laid out in the petition to change the fencing at the perimeter and to, well, I think I'm reading it right, maybe obscure or kind of, if you will, put it inside all the landscaping. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about the fencing, what kind of fencing that would be, and what we would be seeing from the road side, if you will. And also, if, I'm not sure if it's a landscape issue or an architectural issue, but just let's talk about the location of the gate. And the specific concern is the relationship of that new entrance to the adjacent property to the east. So maybe you could just dive into those two issues, yeah.
Sure, I'll start with fencing. My name is Sarah Ferlin. I'm a landscape architect with Mariani Landscape. And the existing stockade fence along Rosemary is very near the sidewalk and quite visible along the roadway. And our goal and hope is to no longer have a visual interaction with that fence. So moving it further into the property and continuing the kind of density, but not with buckthorn, but with more appropriate plant material. We have, with the proposed pool, we need to satisfy pool code requirements, which requires that the property be fenced. We don't want to have a fence right around the pool, so we're looking to fence the entire property to the immediate, the east property line. There is an existing stockade fence there now that is not very seen, and we'd like to just keep that as is. And wherever we do have visibility to fencing along the shared service drive, we're looking to use an iron fence, something that is a little more visually beautiful. And since we don't want to just completely wall off the property, so.
So if I got it right, the idea would be maintain the stockade fence in the areas on the perimeter inboard of the road. Maybe I've misstated that. And then in some areas along Rosemary, you would move the stockade fence in, except for where there's open areas, and there you would do an open style fence of some kind.
Along Rosemary, it would be the stockade as what is there now, but moved in from the fence line, from the
see.
sidewalk where you can see it currently, and kind of just bury it into a planting border. There is a lot of vegetation there now. We want to keep that same volume of planting, and we just don't want to see fencing there. There is the stockade fence on the the east property line that is not visible currently, and we'd like to maintain that kind of invisibility. And then along the shared driveway, where we will be having some fence impact visually, that would switch to a more decorative fence, like an iron fence.
Okay. And on the gate?
And the gate, the new driveway location, you want to speak to that?
You can talk about the driveway location, as you can show the pillars, the site plan.
Yeah.
We have an extra slide in the back.
So the drive location was selected for a couple different reasons. One is the existing trees that are on the property and trying to maintain as many of the mature trees along the Rosemary Road. And obviously we're looking to have, a beautiful entry and how best to approach this home. It has quite a large stature, so we wanted to get as much impact as we could. So we met with the city forester, identified where would be an appropriate entry point, and this was what was selected. We looked at this entry location in relationship to the other driveway entrance. There's nothing immediately across the street, so it's not like two driveways kind of looking at each other, so there wouldn't be any conflict with cars pulling in and out from this location in reference to other driveways in the neighborhood. So that.
And I'll just add one other thing. Sure. That's why I pulled up the slide. You'll see that on the right-hand side is the existing walls, this one. And you can see that these entry walls come right up to the sidewalk here, whereas the proposed ones back here are set back. This one's set back 40 feet from the street and 30 feet from the street here, whereas this one's about 9 feet away from the street. So this is all set back much further to take care of vehicles, but also it's going to be much more subtle because it's more in the landscape. And then set this way, we're about 6 feet at this location, and we're about 20 feet away from the side yard property line there. Just give you some location.
Okay. Any other questions? And we'll have deliberations, I'm sure. I'm interested in getting as much of the questions on the table, and then we'll do our public testimony. So let's.
I have an actual question.
There you go.
Oh,
Good.
Go ahead.
Okay. I noted that the impervious surface calculations provided by the petitioner appeared to indicate the impervious surface would be increased by 14,220 square feet under the proposal. And I wanted to ask staff the question whether they have a point of view as to whether this is a good thing, a bad thing, a matter of indifference, and perhaps they could provide guidance to the commission as to why.
The city code doesn't have an impervious surface maximum in regulation. The amount of impervious surface versus pervious surface is really looked at from a design standpoint, which the commission can certainly weigh in on, and also from an engineering standpoint to confirm that ordinance standards are met when it comes to stormwater runoff.
And how would the impervious surface, the increase in impervious surface relate to stormwater runoff here?
In this case, the property has a significant size. So from our preliminary look and from our engineer's preliminary look at this property, the standards appear to be met when it comes to stormwater runoff. There's enough land to absorb the water that's currently being absorbed on the property when it comes to this project.
Chairman, could I ask one question of the petitioner just to get through
Sure,
my
go for it.
questions?
Yeah.
My question of the petitioner, if I may, in the statement of intent, the petitioner indicates its intention to consolidate two adjacent parcels into one. Are the bulk calculations provided by the petitioner in its statement of intent predicated on this consolidation? And does the petitioner intend that the consolidation of the parcels will be a condition to approval of its petition when we get to that stage?
Well, the 4.5 acres include both parcels, okay? So it's about 180,000 square feet, plus or minus. I can't remember the exact numbers. In terms of the consolidation, I don't know exactly when the Flynn's, I'm not sure how it's working with the attorney with the Flynn's, so I'm not really sure what the timing is on that. I know that they have to go through Lake County, et cetera, et cetera. But I think they just wanted to get going on their driveway, and they own both parcels. So I think they looked at it as a positive thing because they're not putting a house there, and they could be putting a house, so they want to just put the driveway instead, the driveway entrance.
Megan, can I ask you about that? So in terms of subdivision, so this was a legal lot. So now that we're combining it, does that discount that legal subdivision? Would they, if they wanted to subdivide again,
Can I
did it go all the way
interject?
over?
Can I interject? Well, I think that you're asking a question that assumes an answer to John's question. So John's actually
Yeah,
asking the
sorry.
question, are they going to combine the lots legally? The approval that they've asked for assumes that it's one large lot because they're actually moving the entry to that lot, and they're using all of that area in their equations. But the question that John's asking astutely is are you legally combining the lots? So I think that that's something that we could wait or could be answered now, but that's a question that the commission would like to know. And it's because of this follow-up question, which is, would we
Okay.
expect to see
Okay.
another house be
Exactly.
for us in a week and a half?
It is our understanding that consolidation is occurring, that it's in process right now. I'm not sure that Sarah and I know when that might occur.
Okay.
I guess Sarah
That's
would know
helpful.
better than I would in terms of curb cuts, but I think, isn't it allowed that any property can have 2 curb cuts on a property? Even if the Flynn's had chosen to put a curb cut on the left-hand property, but they didn't want to do that. The whole idea of having, here they have this beautiful estate home, and to have another house sitting right in front of them, was, not palatable
We'll
to
come
them.
back to
So
that
they
in our
wanted to take advantage
deliberations,
of.
but
Okay. So they wanted to take advantage of that, putting that driveway, and get that long view of the house.
Sure.
And also, like Sarah said, they were working with the city forester, so they've got sort of a driveway that's working around existing vegetation.
Any other questions, John?
Yeah. Diana, I wanted to ask a question about the gate.
Tom?
Is that going to be operable in some way?
It would be operable.
So is there going to be another little pedestal in front of that, or?
Yeah, there'd be as Diana pointed out, the gate would be set farther back from Rosemary, and for safety reasons, we want vehicles to be able to pull completely off of Rosemary, ring a doorbell basically at the gate, so that, you can say hi.
So there won't be a separate pedestal with
So they have to get out of their car
contacting and
press the
stuff?
doorbell.
Is that answering that correct?
Yeah, he's wondering whether there's then another one in front of our gate.
Sometimes the gates have a call
another
thing.
pier?
Yes.
Roll down your window and then you.
Yeah, at this point, no, we don't have a plan for that, but there has to be some sort of call mechanism, so it might just be like a gooseneck kind of box that it's, I don't think we're looking to have anything that's substantial or, imposing. I think subtle is what we're going for, but we just wanted to get the cars safely off the street so they could, or even like a UPS truck or anything like that would be completely off Rosemary before they entered the property through the gates.
The only reason I ask is sometimes actually they do a sort of a miniature version of the pier with the mechanism in it,
No, at this point, that was not something that we were planning on.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
I do. Is any lighting planned for the new entry?
Good question.
Yeah.
Okay, and the existing entry gate and wall, is that to be demolished or is that to remain?
That's to remain.
Okay,
Yeah. It was just restored by the developer.
okay.
So I have another question, just to follow up on the fence, because I understand the stockade fence for privacy in the back, and that makes sense, and screening. But in the front, and the Preservation Foundation kind of made this comment too, would you consider more of an iron fence in the front? I mean, here you spent all this money to restore this beautiful property, and in Lake Forest, we're trying to get rid of those stockade fence in the front to allow people to see the beautiful views, as you drive by. Would you consider an iron fence just to allow a glimpse? Or because in the front, you're gonna have this garden, you're gonna have a beautiful house, and so much better than a stockade fence looking at.
I think the point of reference the Flynns have is they like the privacy of the property. It was one of the reasons why they purchased the property, and they wanted to maintain that. So the existing fencing that was there fits that requirement. In addition to the planting, our hope is not to see, or our goal, I think their hope, the goal is not to see any stockade fencing with the planting that is proposed. So the density is going to be such that we're not going to necessarily see a stockade fence. That's not the goal. We don't want to see stockade fencing. We want to see beautiful plantings to either side. There is a glimpse through the existing shared driveway entry onto the property. There would be a view through the private driveway entry also onto the property, but other than that, I think they were looking to maintain a sense of privacy on the property.
Well, I would encourage you to talk to your client about the possibility of an iron fence in the front, I'm not talking wide open, but just to get away from that stockade fence in the front of the house.
Okay.
Then I wanted to ask you a question about the location of the pool house, because we received a letter from the neighbor behind you questioning the location of that pool house. And I also was wondering about just the placement on the property of that, because it seems like you have so much room around that southeastern corner. It seems like you're not really utilizing the room as much, and it is maybe compromising that relationship between the old coach house and the house. Would you consider moving that folly maybe more away from the coach house?
Through the design process, we considered several locations for the garden pavilion, and we looked at it farther east, we looked at it to the south. There are building setback lines that were restrictive. To the east, it was a long distance to get to that pavilion, to have it be easily accessible and usable. You're really kind of making, a long walk to get out to that destination. There's also the consideration to just the proximity to the living spaces in the house. How easily can you access the building? Just carrying groceries, for example, because there will be, a little opportunity to have meals there. So we did consider other locations and just felt like this one met a lot of the Flynn's requirements for visual access, physical access, and with the large evergreens that are between the Flynn property and the neighboring property, there's a lot of big evergreen screening there, and so a lot of the roof lines are completely hidden. It's actually in a very quiet place on the property, as opposed to in other areas where you'd have a longer view and would be able to see the pavilion even more than where it is currently situated. So we did explore that.
I think maybe when you do present for approval too, you might want to present those alternatives, so we understand that you fully examined all those different locations. And another question I had was with the shared driveway, because the neighbor was also concerned about the shared driveway being blocked for their use. And I'm just going to throw this idea out there. Is there any thought to even abandoning that shared driveway and just using one driveway? And just
I don't
leaving?
think there was ever a discussion that driveway would ever be blocked at any point. That's why we're showing there the existing on the left and the new driveway on the right.
Mm-hmm.
So the left one, if you can see, the driveways on the left-hand side, the garaging on the left-hand side of the house there, that chances are that the Flynns may be using that quite often if they're coming from town, right? But visitors, and if they want to go the longer route, would be going into their house to get to the front door with the forecourt. So, but that was always, if anything, that the Flynns are really improving on that condition, because Mariani was planning on doing a lot of landscaping along that area, but making it sort of transparent in a way where you could still have visibility along that route, but certainly improving it. There was no discussion ever of closing it off.
No, I mean, there's no way that you.
No, the
That would
neighbor
be
had.
illegal to do, too.
No, our neighbor had sent a letter saying they were afraid there were going to be a lot of service vehicles parked there at all times and would block their access to their house. So didn't we get that letter in our packet?
We did.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but there would be no need for that to be the case, because there would be a whole other driveway to be used, so there should be never any circumstance where that shared driveway would be blocked.
Okay, so maybe a condition.
So can I just ask about this shared driveway? I'm not sure I understand. Is that legally part of this lot, and there's an easement to the other house?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Other questions from the commissioners? All right, it's an opportunity for any public discussion. If you've got any comments on this, come on up and let us know. Introduce yourself, please. Yeah. Yeah. We can always. Huh?
I am Lucia Hayworth, and I live just east of this driveway. I have lived in the house for 42 years. The house is quite close to the street, my house. The driveway would go in 20 feet from my property line. My driveway begins on my property line. I didn't do it, the builder did it in the 50s. The gate would be close to my front door. I live in a narrow little lot that widens at the back. I have a wonderful backyard, a terrible front yard, very close to the street, and the gate and the wall would be on top of my front door, really. Couldn't it be, with all of that property, couldn't the driveway be moved up Rosemary Road a little bit? like quite a bit would be nicer, but a little bit. That really is all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
I've
for coming.
enjoyed my house.
Ah, good. I appreciate the comments. Any other public testimony? Come on up.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Rami Lopat. I live at 410 East Woodland. I've just been listening, and I wanted to support what Commissioner Athenson said about the stockade fence along Rosemary, maybe from a different point of view. Chairman, you asked about the fence. You didn't ask how much it would be set back from Rosemary.
Actually, I did, but
I didn't hear an
we'll get
answer,
to
I
that.
guess. What was the answer?
Well, there wasn't an answer, but I think that one of the things that we would request, and sorry to get to deliberations in the middle of your soliloquy, but more detail on the fence would be required, I'm sure. But I wanted to get the issue on the table, so please talk.
Well, I know that there's a minimum of 3 feet between a stockade fence and the sidewalk. If there's going to be that much screening, I question whether a stockade fence is really needed, because you won't be able to see through that kind of vegetation. If a fence is needed for security reasons, then that iron fence that you're bringing along the west property line would be really wonderful. But also from a landscaping point of view, I have seen very few successful landscapes along a north boundary fence, because it casts so much shade on the plants in front of it. And within just a few years, those plants are either dead, dying, or they've lost their lower branches, and thus you see the stockade fence. So I would just like to support what you said, Commissioner, and see if a fence is, maybe it's not needed at all, but if there could be that kind of visibility through it, that would make a very elegant statement along this stretch of road. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? All right, so we've heard the petition. We've had some Q&A. I guess in the spirit of Megan's request, what kind of thoughts do you have, folks? Anyone want to volunteer? I think I'll jump in on the fence and the gate. I kind of, started there because this is a quite elegant plan and a wonderful house, and we've seen this house a number of times. So we love the fact that someone's diving in and tackling it. And I suspect that we're willing to give you a lot of latitude on things that we might normally nitpick just because mostly we can't see it from the street, But however, we can see the fence and the entry, and it is an impact to the neighbor. And so I think that's something we hope to grade quite closely, exactly how far the fence is from the road, where is the actual course of the fence, is there an opportunity to think about other ways than to do that with a stockade fence. And we have a lot of stockade fences in town, and they work quite well for a lot of folks. And so whereas, it's a challenge for us because we drive around Lake Forest and we want to maintain character. Well, there's a lot of stockade fences here, but so that's maybe maintaining the character, I'm not sure. But we all recognize that there's elegant ways to do it, and there's some ways that don't work so well. So we'd for sure at least want more detail on that, and we would probably encourage a creative solution there if you could find one. Certainly the vegetation comes and goes in the winter, and we understand that privacy is what you've got in mind here. So that's something that I think we'd want at least more detail on, and I'm sure the other commissioners probably have thoughts on it if you haven't already figured that out. On the entrance, I like what you're doing. I like the concept of having this kind of windy path as you drive up to the house. It's, it's a charming way to drive in and see your resident. I would just say that I think you could continue that path, further from further afield, as you're driving from the street into the gate. If you have a little separation from the next driveway, I think it could be nicer for the entrance to the home, as well as maybe benefiting the neighbor. So I would have you look at that, the distance of the gate off of the street. I think that was well thought out, and I think that's a good idea. The maintaining the other entrance at the other gate, I suspect is a good thing. And all of the, the machinations of how you get service vehicles and who uses and how you not block the other road. I think that is something you should think through and just have a plan for that. So, trying to be a good neighbor and make sure that we're not parking the landscape guy's truck in the middle of the, driveway when you're not there. I'll stop there. There's more to
That's
talk
good,
about,
yeah.
but you guys can jump in, so.
Well, I agree. I think, it's such an elegant house, and to put a rustic fence in front, even though you don't think you're going to see it, I think you really need to look at that iron fence. Like Mrs. Lopat said, it might allow for better growth, but I just think visually that doesn't really match the house that you have. So I encourage you to look at that and to allow something more elegant and nicer to the people walking along that street also. In terms of the driveway, I think you need to relocate it further to the west. I think you need to be good neighbors, and you do have significant room there where you could probably move it over a little bit and, not impact your neighbor who is living right on top of that now. One thing we didn't talk about was the garden wall. And it's really distressing to see what happened to that wall, because that was an architectural feature that we might have allowed demolition, I might have voted no, but it was really a significant feature of that property. And I hate to see that go away, because that really was a defining feature in that original house. I don't know if there's something we can do to, save that. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss right now, because there's not much left of it. It was just allowed to fall down. And I know you put a hedge there to kind of replicate that idea, but maybe putting the iron gate back into that hedge or something, just to honor that. I know you said you had the gate in the basement or something. It just seems such a shame just to let that feature just go away. In terms of the height of the pillars of the fence, it seems that it seems appropriate to have something that tall, but it's hard to measure and judge. So I don't know. I'm thinking maybe a mock-up might be more helpful next time we go around it, if you can put something out there so it gives us an idea of scale. Because, there's some grade changes there too, just to make sure that it's not overwhelming to your neighbor or to the people on the sidewalk. What else? I think that's all
You can
I have
always
right
throw
now.
more in if you want.
Go ahead.
John, you got any comments?
I was going to primarily repeat things that were already said, but I'll just do it real quickly to make a virtue out of brevity.
That's okay.
My thoughts are, since we were asked for our thoughts, were that the petitioner might increase neighbor and community support for its petition, if it would make accommodation with respect to placement of the pool and pool house, and continued use of the shared existing driveway for ancillary purposes, and the placement of the proposed new driveway. Another thought I had is that the petitioner, repeating what everybody else has said, should consider altering or removing in part or in whole existing fence surrounding this property to better comply with city design guidelines, which in general discourage the use of solid fences along the street, and specifically discourage the use of stockade-type fences. And then finally, my only thought with respect to the demolition of the garden wall is that it appears to be an accomplished fact, and so it's difficult to see what could be done at this point in time. Those are my thoughts.
I just wanted to mention one thing I did forget, was just looking at an alternative location for the pool house, just so it's, and maybe you talk to your neighbor about that. They're the one that thinks it's going to be really impactful on them, and you don't want that to happen. So, they made a good point about it disrupts that relationship between the coach house and the manor house, and maybe there's a better location that they might have an idea about. I don't know. Might help to collaborate on that one.
A question. Kathy, maybe you can clear up the code details for us about the height of the new entry gate and wall. Does Lake Forest have any specific guidelines and specific numbers for us that we can think about?
Yes, but as Megan said, there's a specific provision in the code that allows approval of taller gates and pillars, taller than 7 feet, for reasons of compatibility with existing architecture or existing streetscape along Green Bay Road. I think you often see walls that are taller than 7 feet. So the code does have a limitation, but in historic districts, it gives the commission the ability to acknowledge for good reason that something taller might be appropriate.
What is the limitation?
7 feet.
7 feet, okay.
So here we have an existing gate that's got a feature that's pushing 14 feet, and they're proposing one that has one somewhere around 11 feet by the top of the feature. And the idea is that as you drive by the house from either side, there's a suggestion of the two gates solution that resolve each other, and so I think that's what they're shooting for. You don't want to tear down the old
No.
one that's there, so you don't want the
No, you need the
new one to
hierarchy
look-
of the bigger one, but they're so far apart, though. It's not like that it's fully around a corner. I'm not sure that people would.
Well, it's not I understand.
Confuse the two. And I'm also for moving the entrance farther away from the driveway, as both of you are. I think that's easy.
Bob?
Yeah, I guess I'm not so troubled by the location of the garden pavilion. I felt when I was out there, it was a pretty big space between that and the property line. I did have one question, though. It wasn't addressed, but according to this drawing, it's showing another gate and wall at the entrance to the service court off the private drive.
Garage court that is accessed by the shared driveway would also have a gate for the pool code, so that there would be a gate both at that entry and at the Rosemary entry. So there'd
And
be,
what does that look like?
it would be an iron gate.
With just no posts or piers or anything?
No, there would be 2 posts, yes. And just picking up on the detailing that was approved earlier by the board for that wall that connects the two garage structures. So we would be using that same aesthetic for the piers there to hold the posts, yeah.
So one of the things we know, because we've been subject to it a million times, is, or maybe not a million, but a few times, is that we see two-dimensional drawings and we express a concern about a relationship of one thing or how something is massed against another. Then somebody does another drawing and they go, well, this is kind of what it would really look like. And we go, oh, that's good. So it's a question of, kind of insight and how much we can read between the lines. And so the couple areas that I think would be great to see would be, how the entrance works, but showing the entrance to the neighbor's house as well, and maybe some of the, the house to the east just falls off the plan here, so it's hard to get a sense of what's going on there. So, and even, whether it's a Photoshop view or a quick sketch or something, but what it looks like from the street when you're entering that gate, you don't have to draw this stuff. It's just the kind of stuff that if you have a concern or you're trying to convince us that we're wrong, that we should reconsider, what we're thinking about, the way to do it is to show us what it looks like, because we might not have as keen insight as you do on how that might look. And so that's the same thing when folks say, well, we're not sure if we like the location of the pool house or the folly, I'm not sure what we're calling it here. It may be that we're just not seeing it in kind of the perspective that the user would see it. And personally, I'm not so concerned with it, but I think that those are the kind of things that, without doing lots of drawings, you might find a couple of places to help us understand better. Certainly, I would develop the fencing along the perimeter. Tell us exactly what you're doing, where it is, how far, what is it straight, does it meander?
I have an answer for that, actually.
You do?
I didn't mean to not answer that question for you.
Please answer away.
So currently the fence is within, I think, about 18 inches of the sidewalk in some areas. It's quite close
Yeah.
in some areas. And the goal was to move it back 10 to 12 feet from the sidewalk. So there'd be ample room for planting.
Do you think that you've gotten enough feedback from us to move along? I think I'm reading the intention of the commission here is to table this for a month as opposed to passing anything. And so talk to us about that.
I'm just wondering, are we allowed to do our typical rebuttal time?
Please, yeah, please, I'd love to hear a rebuttal.
Question time?
We didn't even do anything but rebut away.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that we hear you correctly.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure
okay.
you do it too.
In terms of the fencing materials, obviously we'll completely consider alternatives because we heard that loud and clear. The garden wall, I just wanted to mention something about the construction on that. It was made with clay tiles, sometimes we call them telephone tiles. So whenever that material came off, which wasn't into the Flynn's time period, that whole wall is completely, it's just a brittle mush. So to rebuild it is almost like going back to Disneyland. We're recreating something that has no use for the Flynn's. So I question whether we would really be looking at that as an alternative. And then the gate, we did consider reusing that one, but it's not compliant with pool regulations, pool codes, because there's too many openings. So maybe there's another place for it on the site?
Well, I was thinking, I wasn't thinking you were going to rebuild the wall, because I'd say it's so far gone, but I'm just thinking some way to honor that, maybe, because I noticed you put a hedge around there. There was in your plan, and maybe you put the gate in between a hedge opening. That's
because we looked at that, but it just didn't fit the pool requirements for safety. But maybe there's another place that we can.
I don't know, just something to think about.
There's definitely a possibility of using it in the interior of the garden as part of the play garden area, just as a,
I would suggest you remind us of the significance of the gate if you're not going to try to reuse it in some manner. If after considering it, you think it's just not really worth doing, remind us whether that was just a utilitarian element that was built and not really part of the original heritage of the property, or whether it was something important that we are casting away, because frankly, I can't remember I think that prior discussions about this gate, we weren't getting rid of it wholesale, we were eroding it slowly, we kept taking pieces out.
I thought we were keeping the gate.
I don't remember frankly, but I think if you were to talk to us about it, we like, to make sure that there's a degree of diligence before we lose an artifact like that. So if we understand it better, that helps us understand whether
You mean the gate specifically?
the garden wall,
the garden wall.
Yeah, the garden wall.
And I was kind of alluding to that. We went through and looked at a whole bunch of historical photos over the years, and that wall, there was a really extensive wall that kind of divided the main house from the property that was further south. And then when they subdivided up the property, it was like there was no use for this wall anymore, other than that it was just sort of something that was left over. So sorry, we have to keep on going. So the wall came out from the house here, and then it went all the way across. And then there were some vegetable gardens here, and the property continued over. The coach house is over here. So it was a way of separating sort of a formal living area from this servants area down here. And so we, and then, what the Flynn's ended up with was just a little fragment here, and the wall used to go all the way across. So, but we'll look at the gate, so I don't want to take up more time. I know we have other petitions. The driveway location, we just want to make sure that we will look at those things.
Yes,
but we were coordinating with the city forester, and we also had to be careful of the driveway that's across the street on the opposite side, on the north side. So I think we'll just look at that again. And then the garden pavilion will show you alternative locations for that. However, I think when we come back, we'll be showing again that this location was one that was really thought through and selected because we were trying to mitigate impact to the neighbor to the south, and also have usability for the Flynn's. So we can talk about that a little bit more, but I just wanted to thank you for your feedback and
all right,
assistance.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So what are the three areas again? The stockade fence option,
or alternative, the location of the driveway and the height of the new wall and entry.
Shoot, my notes are so terrible.
Are those the three options?
I was going to suggest, yeah, actually, there's a contractor that's on board right now, a really good contractor that's doing the Flynn's interior renovations. And I'm thinking that we can just ask them to make some mock-up pillars. Put them down, you can see where they would go in the new driveway location.
Love mock-ups.
New entry location. Okay.
All right, I'll ask if there's a motion to continue.
I move that we continue the petition to allow them to address our comments.
Excellent.
Chairman.
The motion's been made. Sorry.
May I interrupt before you finalize that motion?
Sure.
I have a lot of good notes from your discussion on this topic, but one item that is missing and I'd like some input on is the architecture of the pavilion. Given the contrast of architectural styles to the existing house, just some direction on that component would be helpful.
Well, that'll be an interesting subject. We probably take another half an hour on that one. Personally, I'll give you my thoughts, and you guys can wade in if you want. To me, it's a folly. I think that it's entitled to some separation from the building. It doesn't need to be, we've had this very discussion quite recently about a bike shelter for the train station, and I think, you have your choice of either duplicating very closely the style and character of the building that you're, combining with, or departing from it, a la Lake Forest High School edition. So now we've got two references to think about. But there's a key difference here between those two, and this is behind this house. It's very difficult for the general public to see this. It doesn't really impose itself severely on the house. If someone else ever bought this house and didn't like it, it'd be quite easy for them to remove it, given this overall scale and magnitude of this kind of building. So from my point of view, I would grant the owner of this property the luxury of a little discretion there.
Crazy.
Oh my God, reckless.
Hell, I can't see it from my house. Basically the idea is we love the fact that they're making this kind of investment and a little latitude on that kind of a structure. I could live with it. I don't really find it offensive. I think it's close enough in character that they're departing. They know they're departing, but they're mimicking the window style. They're mimicking parts of the architecture, and it doesn't. I'm not concerned about it myself.
I think that proximity kind of has an impact on it. So it's really hard to tell, exactly, if it's really close, it might not be as successful, where if it's a feature that's really far away, then it's more successful. To me, that was just my opinion. So, it seems like a utilitarian type of building, which is appropriate for a pool house, and so you don't want it to compete, but the proximity is what I'm struggling with. So depending on where you place that, if you're gonna relook at the location, I guess that depends on how I feel about it.
I think that, if they were to mimic the roof shape, I think that would be terribly high and sticking up, and, have a lot more impact on
I
the
think that's the
neighbors.
challenge. You have a
Right.
30-foot footprint, and the roof gets to be quite extensive if you do that.
It's 20 feet as it is now, I think.
Yeah. And the pitch of the existing roof is approaching 45 degrees.
More than that, probably.
Not this one,
Right.
the other one.
I have a question about the window and door material. Are they wood? Are they
Steel. Both
steel?
windows are steel.
I couldn't find that detail. They're steel.
That was,
I couldn't find it. Okay.
does that help you, Megan? Is that good? All right, so now I'll entertain that. Wait, I think the motion was made.
I made it.
Actually.
I made it.
So the motion was made by Commissioner Evans
Second.
and seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And so we'll see you next time, and I look forward to it. Thank you. All right. Well, don't throw that one away. You need that one.
Get a new one.
All right, we have a next petition. It's another residential petition. This one is with a, let's see, is this the right one? Nope, this is consideration of a request for certificate of appropriateness approving alterations to an existing non-historic addition at 500 North Green Bay Road. Right. After this one, if that's okay. So I'll ask the commissioners if we have any conflict on this one,
No.
and I see none. And do we need a quick minute to set up? All right, why don't, if any of the commissioners want to take a quick break, they need a quick minute, so 5 minute,
Is there a cutoff time tonight?
there's always a cutoff time.
You have to say so.
You didn't call me Mary Ellen yet. Did I call you Susie yet?
I called Bob John.
That's good.
All right, guys, we'll carry on if we can. If we're ready, please introduce yourself and let us know what we're talking about.
My name is Michael Rashowski, representing Vicki and Jim Mills. requesting approval of a project at 500 Green Bay Road. So good evening, Mr. Pairitz, members of the board, Ms. Cernak, Ms. Newman. The home at 500 Green Bay Road is a Henry Ives Cobb design, one of the first estate houses west of the railroad tracks. It was designed for David Jones. A lot of history to the house, including the fact that the Jones family became the Bennett family, Edward Bennett of fame. In any case, the project that we're requesting is a small modification to a small entry. This is the subject entry porch that we are requesting approval for. It is not historic in nature. This is the main portico of the Georgian neoclassical home of the 1800s. The entry pavilion is placed approximately here, and you can see the view from this side. The main entry portico, Corinthian columns, etc. Real quickly, hard to see, but included in your package was the fact that this entry pavilion and a attached garage were constructed in 1962. So they are not historic to the home. You'll see contemporary to the project, the three-car garage, which we had requested and received approval for replacement, and you'll see the current garage, the cut limestone, which more effectively represents the style of the home. The entry porch itself, not bad, but some awkwardness in detail, and the request is just to do some enhancement of this small porch. For reference, we turn to garden rooms, typical to many Georgian homes. These are actually some projects from Georgian homes in the UK. But we'd like to embrace some of the detailing in terms of the heavier standing seam roofs, copper posts, and beams over to the top. Again, a little bit more transparency than the lattice work that we currently have. Again, the existing porch, the current roof, if you were out there, is quite aging. Again, the lattice work, not consistent with the tradition of the home. Not a significant structure, but again, one that I think some enhanced detail would definitely improve. We are working with the same footprint, with the same foundations, and looking in effect to just restructure utilizing fluted columns of probably a Doric style, being sensitive to the heavier Corinthians of the main porch, keeping it simple, but again, replacing the I think the simple wood base with a paneled base, and replacing the lattice with a screen for improved transparency, extending the eaves of the roof a little bit more of a I think an improved detail, and again a much more significant standing seam copper roof with, again, as I mentioned, copper posts and beam across the top. We're not changing the foundations, affecting setbacks, bulk, etc. Simply some enhanced details. The house does have a facade easement granted by Preservation, Illinois, and at Megan's suggestion, we did review the designs with them and received preliminary proposal or preliminary approval from them. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you very much. Is there a staff report for this one?
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. Just a couple quick comments. As was noted by the petitioner, this particular component of the home was added in the 1960s. It was added at the same time as an attached garage that probably before any of you were on the commission, this house was before the commission for demolition of that existing garage and replacement for the garage that you see out there today. The porch that's out there now was part of that same 1960s building project. This project doesn't increase the bulk. It's really just a reskinning of that small element on the front facade. But since it is on the front of the home, this is a significant structure. As the petitioner noted, there is a facade easement held by Landmarks Illinois. It is before the commission for consideration. Staff does support the project. If there are modifications that are requested by the commission, we'd be happy to include those in the approval. Thank you.
All right, I'll ask if there's any questions from the commissioners.
I have a few questions, Mike. How are you? Is it a metal roof or is it copper?
I think it's probably, I'm not sure it's copper. It seems to be a very heavy current, metal. It's been beat up, shows a lot of signs of...
No, what you're going to use.
a standing seam copper, yes.
Oh, okay. And, you showed us the example of that garden room as your inspiration for this. Is there a reason why you use screens instead of windows?
Actually, this room is used to store trash.
Oh, so you need ventilation. Is that
So
what
we
you're telling
need
me?
ventilation, yes.
Okay, and is there a color to it? Well, it's copper, so you're good on that. Okay.
Yeah, copper is, we've used copper around the house, so it'll be just a natural copper, and then all the colors will replicate the colors of the...
So is it white wood panels and white columns?
I'm trying to remember. Yes, it is. It's white.
Okay.
Any other questions from... And I'll ask one question. The height in the drawing, that drawing right there, you're showing the screen door to the right on that right section. How high is that door? Is that it seems like there's a step up into the house to the porch door. So the door to the house, I'm assuming that's going to be something like a 6'8" normal kind of size door into the house. So would that make the screen door kind of a taller door?
I would say the screen door is probably 7 foot, 7'6", just to keep it consistent.
Got it. So you're basically hitting the head of that door on the inside.
Exactly.
Yeah, and so this will be a little bit bigger. Okay. All right.
Oh,
Go ahead.
sorry. I'm kind of interested in the column detail. They're reeded, and I'm looking at a section. Are the columns split exactly in half, so you're getting an exact 180, or are you slicing
It
them
would
so
be
they're
my
more
intention,
shallow?
yes, ma'am, to do a half, and then using more of a square pilaster where then I could bring in screen units to that,
Okay.
yes. And then try to do it, 270 around the corners.
What's the exact width of each column?
Good question. I can't say I have an exact. They're probably about 10 inches.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Megan, I have a quick question for you, just because this is going to be something we hear again, and just for everyone's general knowledge. Can you explain a facade easement from Landmarks, Illinois? How does that work? And why would they have put that on this house?
I have limited knowledge of the facade easement procedures, but it's my understanding that when there's a significant house, if there's an interest in preserving the integrity of the house. One step that a homeowner can do is donate the facade to an entity who holds the easement and monitors the changes. Similar to how the commission monitors historic properties within the historic district. It's another level of control for preservation.
So typically what happens is that there's a tax benefit associated with that, and then there's a responsibility on the easement holder or the person who gave the easement to maintain it and not change it without the approval of the...
But it's initiated by the petitioner originally, right? Okay.
So this has already been approved by that body, is that it?
I know that they've had preliminary conversations with Landmarks Illinois, and they've been, given a nod to go ahead with this process so that they can complete their process on their end.
So theirs would follow ours.
Correct.
Yes, sir. They have asked for just some final material information, but they expressed general support, and they just asked for some material detail that we'll provide them.
So in terms of materials, it's all natural materials, wood?
Yes, it is wood. And
All right, if there's no other questions, I will ask if there's any public testimony on this subject. And I see none, so now's an opportunity to deliberate if anyone has any deliberations. Do we have any
I
deliberations?
think it's an improvement over the existing, so nice job, Mike.
Yeah, I would say this is one of those deals where when you get down to it, there's some fussy details that need to be resolved, and I'd encourage you to do that on paper before you get out there and build it. But
we absolutely
yeah.
will. And we'll work with staff. So if they always have great input for us and challenge us where there's a detail that needs some enhancement.
One of the nice things about the representative drawings you were showing us is how they have the transom treatment and the scale of those the proportion of the spaces between the columns and the heights. And I think that I would give you latitude on this, but if you spend some time, I think there's a little room for improvement there. But it is kind of dicey because you don't want to create too much, you're not really glazing it. It's a screening thing, so it may not be appropriate to put a transom in because the screen door is relatively tall or relatively short, so you don't have a lot of room there. But I think that's all falls under the category of micromanaging. So
Thank you. No, I appreciate your comment.
I do have one more question. The slope of the roof is looking a little, it's kind of pagoda in style, a little more so than the original, the existing. Is that intentional, or did it just happen?
That's the existing roof.
The arc of the roof is a little more like a, pagoda style roof.
Yes.
Is that intentional, or did it just happen?
I think a little arbitrary.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. I don't think that there was definitive.
So will it match the
definition.
existing as it's applied?
It will.
To the wall
What we
of
want
the
to do
building?
is, as we encountered in working on other parts of the house, if we start changing too much, we start exposing limestone that is discolored. So we'll be continuing to probably keep a very similar line.
Yeah, because if you do lower the arc, you would hit some
Yes.
wall.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
all right, I'll ask if there's a motion.
Got a motion if you want.
Thank you, please.
I move that the commissioner, I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving of facade modifications at 500 North Green Bay Road, consistent with the application and request dated January 15th, 2014, presented to the commissioners by the petitioner. The motion is based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated April 30, 2014, and incorporates the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings. The approval would be subject to the following conditions of approval. 1, any modification to the plan shall be consistent with the plans presented to the commission and consistent with any direction or conditions of approval established by the commission. Final plan shall be submitted for review and verification of compliance by staff in consultation with the chairman as appropriate prior to submitting a complete application and plans for a building permit.
All right, motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by, I guess. Commissioner
Give
Alfe.
it to Bob this
I'll
time.
put 2 seconds in there, that's all right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, congratulations, good luck with
Thank you
that.
very much.
All right, we're whittling them down, guys. We got 2 more here. The next petition is a consideration of a request for a certificate of appropriateness approving additions at 800 North Sheridan Road. And a building scale request is also, building scale variance is also requested. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any conflict on this.
No.
And I see none. So as soon as you can get set up, let us know and tell us what you got.
I may need some help. Sorry about that, Megan.
So embarrassing.
Stop popping up. I know it's there
Hate
somewhere.
that when it happens.
Great. Thanks, Megan. Good evening, Chairman and members of the board. My name is John Krasnodebski. I'm the architect for this project. And I'm joined here tonight by Meredith Mitchell. Meredith and Lance are my clients. And so we're happy to present this project at 800 North Sheridan Road. So I'll continue on showing the slides. The first one is a picture of the house from Sheridan Road. So this is looking directly at the project. This picture was taken in the winter several months ago. There's a large stockade fence in front. The house does blend in quite nicely. It's predominantly made of limestone and has a beautiful slate roof. So this home was built by Anderson and Tickner in 1929. It's in the historic district. It's a beautiful home, and we really love working with it. So I'm very happy to present this project. So I'm here tonight to present 2 things: additions to the project, removal of existing additions, and also a relocation of the curb cut that's there right now. You can see here the curb cut is to the north of the property, way at that end. And so our hope is to move that to front and center so we can really highlight this beautiful home. So here we have a picture of the existing curb cut, and this is the view of the house from the approach. So you look directly at the garage right now. So you see part of the side of the home from this view, but it's very well hidden, and so I think it's somewhat lacking in its approach. Let's try this. Looking for the next. There we go. So here's a view of Sheridan Road looking north. You can see the stockade fence on the right. It's heavily wooded along the street. It's a beautiful streetscape, fairly consistent. A lot of traditional homes, a combination of 1-story, 2-story. So this is definitely one of the contributing structures of that street. This is a view looking south. Here we have a closer picture of the home, and this is a view from where that new curb cut will be. So once you arrive at the house, you'll see more of the front of the house, and so the wing that's off to the right on an angle is more of a secondary aspect to the house. So I think this is really going to reveal the beautiful features of the home. It's got a beautiful turret at the front and 1.5 story look to it. Nice proportion of openings to wall. I think it has a very low eave line, although a steep roof. Has many qualities that we hope to incorporate into our addition. Here is a view of the side of the home, and so you can see right now there's a 2-car attached garage with a newer garage door. That is something that we're going to remove. And also this addition on the rear, it's a 1-story family room addition, and that was built in 1991. So we'd like to remove that since we feel that there are a couple things that are that fall short from a design standpoint. The stone we don't feel is a good match. Certainly the doors and windows do not match the existing home. It has many skylights in the roof line. The roof line is of a different slope. And then, of course, the floor plan itself doesn't flow with the floor plan that we want to incorporate into the home. So this is an addition from the back of the house. You can see how things don't quite match up. And our footprint of the new addition is essentially the same. It comes out as far as that bay window. It's wider, and it's more of a 1.5 story addition versus a 1-story. So our eave lines do match up with the existing house. We feel that's a big improvement. So here we have a close-up of the view. So newer looking doors. Slate's not matching the thickness of the original house. So we really are paying attention to these original details, and we feel that we can do a much better job of the new structure. This was, again, built in 1991. Here's another smaller portion of the project. This is a porch on the side of the home that has sliding glass doors in it. So what we'd like to do is replace those with French doors that do match the existing home much better. There's a close-up of those doors. We're also going to do things like fix the slate roof and do repairs throughout. This is the front of that porch. That's going to remain as is. This is an interesting structure. This was built in 1987. This is a detached garage that's in the front of the home. And so this is something we want to remove. And this is approximately 307 square feet, and we want to take that square footage and actually build an attached garage addition to the house. It's more sensitive to the architecture of the original home. So, and also takes away the nonconformity of this garage. Right now, it's in the front yard setback and the side yard setback. So by removing that from such a close proximity to the property line, I think we're really going to improve the overall character of the property. So this is an old plat that it's the only one that we have. So I can point out where that garage is, the detached garage, and also where the addition exists on the back. This is a new site plan that we've created, and it shows the existing driveway, and it shows dashed in where that garage is. I don't know if you can see, there's a dashed line around there that shows the outline of the existing addition. I don't know if that's visible for you. It's barely visible for me. But anyways, it comes out, the chimney is approximately the same location as the bay window. So most of the footprint that's added is to the north section here. You can see where the setback lines are, so we're well within those setback lines. There is some paving we're removing here. This dashed driveway is what's being removed there. So this is the approximate location of the new driveway. You can see the addition of the garage here. So now it becomes a relatively small 3-car garage. Right now, the attached garage is 400 square feet, and so we're going to be approximately 580 square feet with a 3rd bay. So this is a landscape plan that shows the curb cut. It shows how the driveway works. We're going to introduce some pavers. We have some heavy screening alongside the north property line. There's room for additional screening there. So I think it sits well within the landscape. And one of our proposals is to, after construction is done, is to remove that stockade fence. Here's a sketch of what that addition looks like. So we tried to minimize the impact of that addition. It has a shed roof that's the same slope of the shed roof that's on the entry, so there is precedent for it on the home. We really didn't want to do a 1.5-story garage addition. We didn't felt that was necessary, and also would increase the bulk. So we feel this footprint is exactly the footprint of the detached garage that's off to the right that you can't really see in this sketch. So we feel it's a much more integrated scheme for the home. We are going to salvage much of the material for that addition. The windows and the stone is going to be removed and salvaged and relocated in the new garage. We are able to salvage some slate from the front of the house as well as on the back of the house. So by incorporating those salvage materials and weaving it in with new materials, we feel that we can get a really good integration and match to the materials that are used. Of course, we're going to use half-round copper gutters and downspouts, and the coursing and mortar is going to be a match. So this is more, again, of a view of when you approach the house from the new driveway location. The drawings, you can see the line drawings of the addition off to the side. That's a salvage window, and it's going to have the same arch and stonework on it as exists now. There is a new window. This is a very long blank wall right now on the garage, and so we thought with the existing ratio of windows to wall, we felt that that was a nice introduction into really gaining a balance that we feel is consistent on the house. So there is a double casement window that matches these lower casements. Here's a side view from the north looking at the garage addition. This is all on an angle, so we are introducing new carriage type garage doors that have some fenestration and have some more detail. This is the addition off the back. You can see the consistency of the windows and doors and the scale. We're lining up the eaves. The dormers are all matched. The chimneys match. All the materials match. Here's a view of the southern elevation, and you could see the family room and the master bedroom upstairs. So it's a relatively modest addition, but it really brings this home into current living standards. There's it's a young family that's moving in there, so this is the space that they're really going to live in. And so I think it's really vital to the home and also vital to the success of keeping this home going for another 100 years. Better speed it up. Here's an elevation of the back. You can see the matching eave lines, the consistency of the dormers, the chimney details. It's a beautiful chimney detail with a round stone flue penetrating at the top. Simple arches. So really wonderful detailing that we hope to stay consistent with throughout the home. You can see the plan is basically these modern features of a family room and a master bedroom. So finally, I'm going to touch on the bulk. It's over by 11.8% with these additions. It's currently over by 3%, so the net change is 8.6%. So I think there are several mitigating factors. Most of the bulk is on the rear of the home. You don't really see any of the bulk from the streetscape. That garage is minimized, and that's the only thing you'll see from the front. So the mitigation of the side is going to be done through screening, and I do believe with the matching roof lines that really makes it fit in. You could reduce the slope of that roof and reduce the bulk, because there is some bulk associated with that steep roof. But that architecturally is not a solution in my mind, to sacrifice something that's consistent with the house. So we feel that that roof line is important. We do feel that there's enough room on the property that it's not impacting the streetscape, and feel that that all the factors are met. Certainly the design continuity is one of the major factors for mitigating the bulk, and that continuity I think is really strong in this design. So I'm going to wrap it up, and I'll wait for questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there a staff report?
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. Just to follow up on the petitioner's final remarks, I wanted to remind the Commission that the code does allow the Commission to approve building scale variances for structures that exceed the maximum allowable by code if there are mitigating factors, and those mitigating factors can be existing and proposed landscaping, location of an addition such that it does not impact the streetscape, compatibility from an architectural standpoint, location within a preservation district, or adjacency to preserved open space to mitigate the increased mass. The code requires that design standards be met for all projects that are being considered for a building scale variance, and that one additional mitigating factor exists consistent with those code standards. In this case, as the petitioner noted, several of those standards are met. The majority of the bulk that is proposed is to the rear. It's not visible from the streetscape. There is additional landscaping proposed, in particular along the north property line. This request with the modification to the driveway does require removal of several trees in the front of the house. I think it's important, and maybe as an amended condition of approval, that once those removals, if the commission is supportive of this project, once those tree removals occur on the site, we evaluate the appearance of the house from the street just to make sure that the streetscape is maintained and there's a compatible landscape plan along Sheridan Road. The final point that I wanted to touch on, there was some correspondence received from neighboring properties. One of the comments did talk about drainage and engineering. The petitioner is aware that we will require an engineered grading plan for this project. There might be a need for retaining walls for the driveway. And certainly as those plans are developed, we will be looking at them carefully to make sure that the intent that's presented to the commission is maintained with those approvals. If there's a significant visual impact, we can certainly bring that back to the commission. So staff is recommending approval of the project. There are findings to support that in your staff report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. So now's an opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions, if you have any.
I have some questions for you, John. I'm going to kind of focus on this front bay, this new bay on the garage. And, I think at this point, what happens, what just drew my eye to that is that by adding that second bay on there, it seems to create that side of the house becomes more dominant, and you kind of lose the visibility of the front door. And, and you kind of have that awkward roof line going now that you don't have represented any of the original architecture. So just wondering if there were other locations for that bay that you considered.
Well,
instead of on the front there, which would be really disruptive to the original architecture there.
we did want to remove the existing detached garage from a zoning standpoint. We looked at it on the side of the house, but that would require a zoning variation for it on the side. So we didn't feel that was feasible. We do feel that by moving the driveway, that you don't focus on that garage as much. Because right now, when you drive in there, that's all you see. And so we thought that was really a nice way to treat this by moving the driveway away. So it does become more secondary. And I think that is the result of this. I think the roof line is precedented by the roof line over the entry. That is a shed roof over there, albeit a smaller one. But I do think there is precedent for it. So I think just by reducing the size of that bay to its minimal dimensions, which is what we're doing, that it succeeds. And so I feel that it will be integrated into the house very well, and I think it's going to work. So I think it's a good solution.
So you didn't think of any other locations?
Well,
besides
we
that?
did, but it just, from a zoning standpoint, it wasn't possible. And we do like it's an attached garage now, and so we like to continue the concept of the attached garage. It's very small. It's 20 by 20 right now, so it's basically a car and a half garage. So this is still a very small garage. It's minimum dimensions.
Okay. In terms of the addition, the new addition on the back, it's kind of hard sometimes when all these elevations are at an angle, but I think at one point it looked like the new addition, the ridge line was higher than the original house. Or is that, am I just looking at that different?
Yeah, it's the same height as the original. This is, let's look at the back. So here's a good way to look at it. You can see the main ridge line of the house is here, and so we're meeting it with the new ridge line.
So why wouldn't you drop that ridge line down a little bit so it's not at the same ridge line as the main part of the house? Why not drop it down to like that other gable?
What I thought was important, I like matching the eave lines that are consistent throughout the house. So we did do that. So the only way you can drop the ridge is to change the slope. So I felt that was a compromise that I didn't feel was acceptable from a design standpoint. So, I mean, you could lower the eave height. You could do that. Right now, they're 5.5 foot knee walls. So they're very low, well, not very low, but they're significantly lower than an 8 foot or normal wall height. So I think from a furniture standpoint, it gets difficult to deal with. So I do like the consistency that it has. Being on the back of the house and having that consistency, I think, is important.
And is that addition wider than the existing?
It is. It is. The existing one is 17 feet, and this is 22 feet.
Okay.
Other questions from Commissioners? Sure, go ahead, Bob.
Just ask Megan, since this is taking down several substantial trees, are we talking about inch for inch replacement then in the new landscape plan?
Yes, the landscape plan will be required to meet the provisions in the tree ordinance.
That willow tree is a very big tree.
It is, and I think that's part of what needs to be evaluated once the project starts to take shape. I think it'll be important to locate key trees in the front to mitigate some of those changes and the loss of the trees.
Has the arborist looked at this at all, or?
The city arborist has looked at the preliminary plans, and his input is to look at the project from a streetscape standpoint to make sure additional trees are included to maintain a consistent streetscape.
I have a question. On the south elevation, can you get to it? Thanks. I kind of have a thing about uninterrupted brick or stone. Would you ever pop another window in the garage on the right?
We did explore that. So this is a new window now, so I didn't want to get... It could handle another window. The way the proportion and rhythm is on the house, it could, but I was feeling a little bold in introducing one window on that wall. So I can certainly consider it, and I know that my client was asking the same question. So I think it can handle it, but I just didn't want to get too window happy, to be honest.
Yeah.
There are other precedents for larger expanses of wall on the front elevation. Let's see if I can find it now. There is one kind of unusual. This is a lot of stone. You'd think there'd be a window there, but there isn't. So I do see some precedent where you do see some expanses of wall, but I agree with you. That's a possibility.
It's a thought.
Yeah, I think it's a good thought.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I do have questions. I have a question for staff, and not to be a one-string guitar, but has an impervious surface calculation been performed for this project? And if so, what were the results of the calculation and implication of those results? I noted that some neighbor seems to be concerned about runoff.
I would look to the petitioner to provide information on the change in impervious surface. But at this point, we haven't received an engineered plan to evaluate. It's been identified that one will be needed as this moves forward. And at that time, we will look at the change and the impact that will have on the drainage.
I see. So I guess I've been referred to you. Have you performed an impervious surface calculation?
Well, I have not, but there is no net change to what's there now, because we're moving enough payment and replacing it. So You know, if it's over, we can reduce paving. But, you know, from what I can tell, right now, there's enough property there to, so it won't be over on the.
So we have
impervious
an
surface.
asphalt entry coming off the street to a cobble entry cordon. Is that a real cobblestone or is that a stamped concrete?
Real cobblestone.
Real cobblestone, so that'll have some drainage.
Yes, yes,
and
it
then-
will.
And then from that to the motor court, is that also asphalt or does that change to something else?
That's asphalt.
Asphalt, okay, thank you.
And can I ask another question?
Yep.
Of the petitioner, did the petitioner consider alternatives which would not increase the overbulk status of this property? And if so, on what basis were such alternatives discarded in favor of the proposed plan?
We did look at alternatives. As it is now, the home is over 3% on the bulk, and it's inadequate from perspective of what's happening inside the home, the family room and a master bedroom and a master bathroom. So with the number of people in the family, we looked at an addition on another section of the home, and it didn't help our bulk situation. We could do a one-story on the back. We still would redo it since it was poorly done. So we would redo that no matter what. So it'd still be over on bulk because it's existing over bulk. So here is where we were thinking of a two-story addition. This is on the south side of the house. But when we looked at that for the extra bedroom upstairs, it ended up being more overage on bulk. So we looked at alternatives, but they weren't helping from a bulk standpoint.
Can I ask one more question? Sure. You've been through enough of these things to know that getting 3 adverse comments from neighbors is the equivalent of the storming of the Bastille. I mean, usually we don't get a lot of comments. And I'm wondering if what you make of that and what you think the implications might be for your design or how we should proceed on this. It's quite unusual.
Right, it is. I understand. I'm aware of 2 letters, and I think.
3, actually, sir.
Yeah, I'm only aware of 2. So I've read 2, and I think one of them is mostly to do with drainage and the bulk overage. But I think the ordinance and the variance request is met. I've met the standards for the variance. There are 6 of them, and I can go over them again. But I think the mitigation of the bulk is pretty apparent. And so certainly from the front, there's little or no impact to the streetscape. So it is all happening in the back. But with the distances to the property lines, the distance between the homes, the landscape that's proposed, the architectural design and how it fits in with the existing structure is so much better than what's there. Elimination of those skylights and, you know, the stonework. I think that really mitigates and supports the variance. I also think that an additional 8.6% is, in my experience, I have been doing this for many, many years. I've done probably 50 projects. And that's a very modest request. And I think it's very modest because it's going to be vital to the success of this home going forward. You know, there's a family moving into this home. There's only one person there living now, but the family that's living is going to live there. It's really going to use this home. And this is going to ensure the success going ahead for this home. It's going to improve the home and the property. They're going to take care of the landscaping and the exterior, the interior, do all the updates that make it a beautiful home that's going to last for many, many years. If you're not allowed to do the family room and the master bedroom suite, it becomes unviable for many people. So I got to give kudos to the Mitchells for taking on and investing a significant amount of resources to get this project done. And so I think it's a benefit for the whole community.
Ask one last question, please. So do you feel that you've made every effort to minimize the bulk overage while achieving, you know, the desired effect of modern living, you know, master suites?
We have minimized. I mean, we started out with a much bigger footprint for the addition, and so through with staff's recommendations and meeting out there with the clients, keep it as small as you can. So it's been a struggle to get to where it is now.
Right.
And so I feel like this is the minimum that we can go, so I do feel strongly that it's the right amount of space and that there is enough strength in the design that it overcomes that 8.6 additional percentage points.
So you feel that the staff encourage you to minimize the bulk overage?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Any other questions from staff? I'm using my calculator, not calling my wife.
I live 2 doors down from this house, and I'm so happy that a family's moving in. It's just great. And I agree. I mean, I think taking this house and making it livable is crucial. I'm thrilled. I think it's very nicely done, very well thought out plan. I like it.
All right, if there's no other questions from the commissioners, I'll ask if there's any public testimony on this subject. I suspect there might be some, so come on up and tell us what you got.
Hi, I'm Carol Hurst. I live at 485 East Westminster, and I'm probably the most affected by this because with looking at these, you can't really tell. Their house is facing Sheridan, and my house is facing Westminster, and they're kind of at an angle. And so my backyard, my back, all the windows look right onto their house where they're doing their addition. And the house is a beautiful home, and it's large now. It's got a high roof and all of that. And the thought of going bigger at the angle that looks right in my backyard and my privacy is a little disturbing to me. We were one of the families that wrote a letter. We're concerned about the bulk, the size, and the negative impact on our property view. And the driveway, again, is right next to our property line. There's a retaining wall. We're just concerned about the drainage coming our way, the additional hardscape that is there on the property too, and the impact of drainage and that on our property. And because of the strange angle there, I would ask that it'd be great if someone would come by and take a look from my property and see the impact there. So I invite anyone to come over and come see that and view that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public testimony on this subject?
I'm Margaret Swift, and I live at 770 North Washington Road. I've lived there for 55 years, and I've seen lots of major changes in the neighborhood. And if this is historic, which we're in, it's no longer an historic house. I've known the 3 families that lived there before, and it's a gem of a house. Now it's going to be no more historic and not in keeping with the neighborhood. In the back of the house, everybody meets together. There's no air. They're almost touching. And I'm talking about bulk. And that's all I have to say. And it's no longer going to be the gem that it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public testimony? Going once. All right. So now is an opportunity for the commissioners to deliberate or ask any further questions if they have any. I did want to ask one question on a follow-up basis I was calculating, and it seems to me that the 11% overage includes about 7% overage for the 3rd floor area in the house, which is attic space. Is that right? And could you tell me how much of that is it? 51 feet of that is what you're adding in this addition, so the rest of that was in the original. So that probably accounts for the overage in the original design of the house.
Correct.
But for the attic, you would be in the 3% range in the total attic. Got it. Well, it's let's see, do you have comments? Anybody else want to lead off?
I think you should lead off. It sounds like you've got an idea.
I do, but
There seems to be a little bit of controversy Would you rather have a bigger garage or the bigger family room if you had to choose?
Boiled or fried?
From a garage standpoint, if it's the same amount of garage space total that's there now, except one is detached.
Right.
You know, so we feel that by removing that non-conforming structure, you know, it's in the setbacks, which, you know, try to pull that off from a variance standpoint, it's impossible. So I feel that that's a real win-win situation by removing that structure and bringing it closer to the home. You know, it takes it away from the neighbor's property line.
No, we're not crying over the loss of that structure.
Right. So it's a minimal amount of square footage.
Right.
So to make it any smaller, you don't have 3 cars. So right now we have 3 cars. So to make the garage smaller on the addition, we don't have the 3 cars. So we're losing that battle. So it didn't seem to be a viable option. To make the addition smaller, we went over and over on that. We looked at, do we reduce that roof line so we can get rid of 50 square feet? I mean, that's a couple of percentage points. That's what we're talking about. So didn't feel that was the correct solution. So, you know, there's little tweaks that can be made to do that, but I think architecturally it's not successful.
No, I agree with your aesthetics on the roof line. I think those are valid. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit of dissension in the room. I thought maybe if you had to choose one.
You know what, I would
to
say
move it
that
along.
at this point, design is more important than the zoning. You know, we're in the historic district, and a lot of times we are okay with bulk overages if the design is good. And so it's great that you're getting rid of that, but that's not what's going to really drive us on approving that. You know, to me, what's more important is the front design too, because I think you're really compromising that front design by adding that bay in the front. Like I said before, that garage bay becomes more dominant, and you kind of lose the focal point of that front door. And, with the awkward roof line there, too, you kind of introduce another element that kind of draws your eye, where you have all these, straight roof lines, and then you have this kind of other one. So, I'm kind of encouraging you to think a different way with that garage bay, because I think it has a negative impact on your historic front architecture. And in terms of the back design, maybe there's something you can do with reducing the roof height, just to get that bulk down a little bit. I mean, I understand the size and the functionality, you need that. Maybe there's something you can do just with the roof line to reduce the height of the attic or something, just so to get that down. I mean, you don't want bulk to drive design. I don't know, I'm just not comfortable with how this, especially the front bay, but
So
I think there's options here that you can still look at.
It's fair to say you're less worried about the bulk and more worried about the design of the...
Yes, I would say so,
And,
yeah.
and yeah, you see you shaking your head. Are you going the same direction with that?
No, I'm more worried about the
All right,
bulk because...
Do you have any, Sue, do you want to talk more about that, or should we hear from John for a minute?
Well, I want you to think about that roof line too, because, by not just reducing the bulk, but you're also mitigating the impact on the neighbors too. I mean, I don't, maybe there's a different layout. I don't know. I mean, you're the expert, John, so.
Right, certainly.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like this is the first scheme I come up with, and
Yeah.
here it is.
Right.
It's definitely part of the process to explore all these things and go through those thoughts. And it's been the top of our discussions. Particularly when we met with staff out there, say, okay, really minimize the impact, minimize the amount of bulk. And so we've worked really hard at it. And there are tweaks you can do on that roof. You could flatten it and eliminate that 51 square feet. That can be done. I mean, that ends up being a couple percentage points. So it can be done, but I just don't like it, And that's one of the major reasons why we're moving that addition, is because I think it was poorly done. What we're presenting here, I think, is very well incorporated into the original home. So,
And sometimes it helps us too if we see the alternatives you've gone through. So we understand the thought process and all the alternatives that exist out there and why one didn't work on the other. I mean, you're pretty good about always bringing those before us. Maybe even you mentioned something about adding a second floor to that other side. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's where the garage goes. I don't know. I think there's some tweaking that you can still do on this one, just to maintain that design, the original intent on the front.
Let's hear what John's got for us.
Well, I don't know if I have a lot, but I thought I'd make a couple comments about bulk in general and leave it at that, basically. One thing I did want to say definitely is the Historic Preservation Commission holds only a recommending authority with respect to building scale variances. And so consequently, any grant or approval of a certificate of appropriateness by this commission with respect to a project requiring a building scale variance is conditional upon city council, right? City council approving the building scale variance requisite for the project. So I think sometimes that's not always understood.
And we could get a comment on that, but let's finish your other thoughts.
Okay, I'm glad to have a I hope I'm...
The comment is that I think largely the city council in matters like this looks to us for a solid recommendation, and it's an unusual circumstance for them to overrule us in that regard. I don't know of a case yet that they've done that.
No, there's been debate, but I agree with you. They do look to us, and that's why it's...
So
I've got a few other things to say about that.
So we don't treat it casually because
Of course.
we understand that they're likely to act on our recommendation most of the time. So
Precisely. And so I believe that under the ordinance as it exists, the Historic Preservation Commission may, but is not required to recommend, and the City Council may, but is not required to approve a building scale variance for virtually any project which falls under the purview of the Historic Preservation Commission, so long as the project is consistent with the design standards of the city code. And basically, we only see really beautiful projects, so I think they're all in accord with the...
the compliment and an offhanded...
It's true. Accordingly, this commission has significant discretion in recommending building scale variances, and the city council has significant discretion in approving such variances. And I just want to say two more things, if I could, and I apologize for getting on a soapbox. Yeah. Clearly, I believe that this commission should exercise its discretion and recommend building scale variances when a valid historic preservation objective is directly served by the variance. You know, for example, the replication of a destroyed historic structural component, or the cure of functional obsolescence, which might otherwise render a residence of historic significance unmarketable or unlivable. I do also believe that this commission should exercise its discretion and recommend building scale variances under some more normal circumstances like this, where an owner may wish to reverse depreciation, physical depreciation, revise earlier modifications, or update a residence to better reflect our current very high standards of privacy and comfort, or to accommodate current technology. And in these everyday circumstances, however, I do believe that our discretion should be based in part on a finding that alternative designs which would obviate or reduce bulk overages have been given due consideration and have been put aside for good reason, reasonably taking into account the public interest in the maintenance of building scale standards. And so I hope you don't mind me saying that, but I think that we have been dealing with a lot of building scale variance issues recently, and those issues are, to a certain extent, hot issues within the community, and before City Council, and so I wanted to say those things about that.
Appreciate that. Bob, you want to jump in, or should I weigh in first?
Yeah, I really do tend to agree that the specifics of what we look for in accepting a building scale ordinance have been pretty well met by this. So
yeah,
it's my judgment.
Yeah. So let's go through it. First of all, the gesture of removing the stockade fence. Yeah, A+ for that. We had the earlier discussion on another project, and so we like that. That's a really nice thing to encourage, and frankly, somewhat mitigates moving the driveway, but I still like moving the driveway. I like the approach from the house. As a matter of fact, if you could show your existing front elevation photograph, I think that's a helpful photograph. In a lot
the
of
photographs,
ways.
yeah.
Yeah, if you got that.
Back here for a few.
Good luck getting through all that.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah, so it's kind of a dark photo, hard to tell. It's a little better in our package. This kind of gives you a little more color on that garage addition and the location of the garage addition, because it doesn't really dominate the front elevation of the house in this photograph. It does in the two-dimensional line drawing. It's more apparent. It looks like it's a bigger element than it really is. I think it's actually more diminutive in this in reality, and particularly because you've moved the entrance to the house. It would be interesting to see a Photoshop or an improved drawing or improved view of that, because all you're really doing, I believe, is kind of shedding out that existing roof just below the dormer on the right.
That is true.
And coming forward. So it's a very modest addition from the street side for the garage itself. So on the garage, I actually like it. There's an alternative to the garage, which is to extend the garage north and turn the openings of the garage towards the front of the house, which I don't think would be a great solution. It would actually, instead of having the garage come this way, you go that way with it, but it would be, now you'd be looking at the front face of those garage entries, which I don't think we would prefer.
Right,
So
and we did
that's
discuss
the
it
kinda-
briefly, but didn't put
Yeah.
much time into that one because it felt, it's not going to work.
Sometimes people will draw all of the harebrained alternatives and show
Right,
them to us.
to
and
show how good this
just to
one is.
prove how good it is, yeah. And sometimes it's convincing. So,
Right, true.
so, but I, it's there. That's an alternative that doesn't work as well as this. So, in some ways, the process of solving these things, you're knocking alternatives off the table that, you're not even showing us. So, from the front of the house point of view, I'm supportive of the petition. I like getting rid of the non-conforming garage. I think that's a great win. And so then it becomes kind of the question of, how much bulk is too much bulk, and are we mitigating it successfully, and are we meeting the standards? I don't take any exception to the staff's review of us meeting the standards. I think we've met the standards. On the other hand, I'm disappointed to see a petition come before us with a neighbor that's objecting to a house ever. I just hate to see that. I like to see harmony and everybody, living together peacefully, right? So I always like to encourage folks to talk, meet, look at the sight lines, review those closely, and demonstrate to us what those sight lines really are. The landscape plan is a two-dimensional plan for us here. We see some Norway pines, which are rather tall, and so would be blocking portions of this. It looks like it's probably going to be well landscaped, but I didn't go across the way and from the bedroom window look across to see what it would really look like. So I can't say that I've done solid, hard due diligence on how that'll really impact the neighbor. It is a considerable distance, and I would remind all the rest of the commissioners that the bulk ordinance was written around all lots. So we have lots that are 50 feet wide by 100 foot deep that same bulk ordinance applies to. And so this is, you have to kind of read between the lines on the bulk ordinance, and you have to decide when it's rational and when it's reasonable. And, someone who has I don't know what the distance is, John, maybe you could estimate that for us between the two homes?
At least 100 feet.
Okay. So, 100 feet doesn't seem like a vast distance, but yet, you could probably see right through 100 feet you can see, So on that one, I ride the fence a little bit on that, on whether or not we've mitigated to the best. I'm less inclined to change the house and more inclined to look hard at the landscaping on that one.
And certainly we're willing to do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been part of our discussions to augment landscape screening.
There's one other thing I'd just like to mention about the bulk ordinance. It does encourage a modification of roof line to the detriment of most architectural styles. If you ride around City of Lake Forest, you can see a lot of flattened out roofs, hipped at the front at gables that are done on purpose to shave 50 feet or 60 feet off. And it's not a successful thing. It's not something I would encourage. It's something that probably we should look at in the bulk ordinance and try to find a way around it. But it's such a dicey thing, touching and modifying that bulk ordinance, that I'm not sure that we would ever want to really try to tackle that. So it's more important to be attuned to it when we're reviewing these things and understanding that here's a property that's got 350 feet of attic space, but we like it because it makes the architecture look good. So I would say in general, I'm in support of the project. I'm curious whether or not the rest of the commissioners think that there's enough meat on the bone here to to support it with conditions, or whether they don't support it at all, or whether they would prefer to see some additional information. And so I'd like to kind of take a little straw poll on that, unless you have other comments or deliberations.
I think I can support it.
Okay.
I can support it.
All right. So I would like to talk about some of the conditions that we would add to this to support it. Since we seem to have a little bit of a consensus on that, I think that we would want to add the condition of the stockade fence being removed. Is that correct? We would want to look closely at the landscaping at the north property line of the project, and
around the new garage addition.
And around the new garage addition. I would like to charge staff with the responsibility of having an opportunity to share that with the neighbors, to the adjoining neighbors, to get some comments on that. And I would also charge the staff with being astute enough to decide whether or not those are appropriate comments, or whether you need to return to the commission for any further guidance on that subject, whether it's as a committee level or as just a discussion with one or more of us, or whether it's, if you feel like you've got to bring landscaping back as a separate issue. So you guys can, I'll give you some latitude there, so good luck writing that condition. Did I get them all?
So the first is the removal of the stockade fence. The second is that city staff will coordinate consultation with affected neighbors in development of the landscape plan.
And then we do not need a condition on drainage, because drainage will be a staff requirement regardless of whether we require anything or not, so we can just be silent on that. But that is something that they will do in any event. All right, with that, I will ask if there's a motion.
Do you want me to try
I
and
would
make
love
one?
you to try and do that. I think unless Commissioner Swenson.
No, thank you.
So I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving additions and alterations at 800 North Sheridan Road, consistent with the application and request dated April 13th, 2014, presented to the commissioners by the petitioner, and that the commission recommend that city council approve the requisite building scale variance not to exceed 11.6%. The motion is based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated April 30th, 2014, and incorporates the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings. The approval would be subject to the following conditions of approval. This project must abide by all of the terms, conditions, restrictions, and provisions of the City of Lake Forest Code and all other applicable codes, ordinances, rules, and regulations. Any modification of the plan shall be consistent with the plans presented to the Commission and consistent with any direction or conditions of approval established by the Commission. Final plan shall be submitted for review and verification of compliance by staff in consultation with the chairman as appropriate, prior to submitting a complete application and plans for a building permit. A mock-up of the stone veneer shall be reviewed and will be subject to approval by city staff prior to the scheduling of a framing inspection. The material selection, size, texture, and jointing pattern of the stone shall be reviewed to ensure compatibility with the existing stone facade. A landscape plan shall be submitted and shall be subject to review and approval by the city certified arborist prior to the rough framing inspection. The city's arborist shall evaluate the plan to confirm that A, the planting shown provides screening of the new additions and driveway from neighboring properties. B, existing trees and vegetation, in particular the white pine to the south of the new driveway, are retained and protected to the extent possible given the approved plan. 5, is it existing or has it already been removed? The existing stockade fence shall be removed as part of the project. And 6, city staff will coordinate consultation with affected neighbors in development of the landscape plan.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner
Sorry.
Atkinson. All in favor, say
No,
aye.
Swenson.
Swenson. Sorry, it's late. Swenson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's passed. Congratulations with that. I would.
one
Oh,
opposed.
I'm sorry.
One opposed.
One opposed. Did it again. I would encourage you to work close with your neighbor to the extent you can. I appreciate the folks that came out and testified. That's important for us to hear that. And so thank you for doing that. And I'm confident that this will be a nice addition to the neighborhood. So good luck. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right. All right, we have one more. But understand that this has a little bit of setup time here, so come on up and start your setup, and I'll introduce it actually after we take a break. So if anyone needs, do you need a quick break? Yes. Okay.
Oh, goody, another break. Yay.
with this. And I understand that there's a model. Would you like us to look at the model first? Or
Sure, that would be great.
Give us a minute, we'll walk around the model and see if we see anything. And then we'll let you tell us what we're looking at. So, walk around.
It's a little bit like a Lego system. So you just might want to take a section here, a Lego system.
Tell you what, let's just let us look them out and then you can explain it to us because we can see it on the camera too. So let's look just so we understand the scale of the house from the model.
This is as proposed.
Okay. Thanks for that. All right, if you want to introduce yourself and
Thank
tell us
you.
what we're looking at.
Hi, my name is Ron Garrix. My wife, Corinne, and I live in 999 Lake Road with our 4 children that are 13 and under, all of which go to the Lake Forest Public School System. We bought this house about 10 years ago, and we've lived in Lake Forest for about 15 years. First of all, we just absolutely love this house. And we've spent the last 10 years restoring this home. And we've gone to what I'd call a museum level quality restoration. For example, there was only one remaining sconce in the house that was original, and we sent that back to the Czech Republic, which was the original factory, and had 13 more made to match it so that the house would have its original sconces. In addition to that, most of the original lighting was missing, and we've tracked down 140 period lights from the 1900s to replace all of the lighting inside of the house as well. Most of the woodwork was painted inside of the house, and we stripped off 6,000 pounds of paint to bring all of the woodwork back to house. Every screw, every latchkey, every window was restored. A lot of people find it easier to just replace all the windows. We actually restored the original windows because we wanted the house to be original. We've also made inroads with the original owners of the house, the Mark family and their descendants. And whenever an opportunity to acquire the original furniture from the home has come up, we've done that. We have all of the original beds. We have the Mark family china. We have Mr. Mark's clock, many of Mr. Mark's books from his library as well. And we actually have one of the Mark descendants with us here tonight. The house in the 1940s was changed very significantly. And it was changed basically in all directions. And I've spent a lot of time with this model and working with my neighbors, both to the north, the south, and the west, of making sure that when I asked them for levels of support, they would have said yes. And I'll just share some of the comments with you. My neighbor to the north, Mr. Foley. Yes, as long as you put on a garage that you actually use and quit leaving your cars out in the front driveway, okay? All right? And can't you do something with all that kid stuff you have, like put it behind the house? Well, yes, we could if we got this addition done. To the south, you'll see basically an abandoned structure that used to be about 50 feet away from the house, that when they tore off the wing, they took on rolls and put it next to the house. So it has no real function. Okay, that structure over on the right, okay? You'll see when you go up to the model that it used to be in a different spot on the home, and we proposed putting it back where it belonged. But the Gadu family, who's to our south, really wants this side of the house done. The pool equipment put underneath this side of the house and additional pine trees, and we've agreed to do all of that as well. Mr. Roberts, who lives right across the street, and he's here as well, okay, very much likes the openness that looks across, right, and our ability to continue to support that, move the pool equipment, and actually remove some of the additional smaller trees in the front, which protects his view forever, and he's also here in support of us as well. We've worked is incredibly hard. I've walked down to every neighbor, knocked on their door, met multiple times, even neighbors that aren't contiguous, but a couple of down to get their input. And we think what we've done accurately reflects something that would be universally supported. We would use the exact same level of construction that was done in 1913, poured concrete, slate roof. So when we do an architectural plan, basically we're just handing you back the 1913 plan because that's what we're building it as if it were back then. Turn it over to Ray Basso, who is our architect and our builder. Thank you.
Good evening. My daughter Ray is here to help with the technology so we keep things moving right along. We have images from the original Shaw drawings in 1912 that show their age, as well as some photos and current plans. I'd like to start by saying how pleased we are to be here tonight. We're going to talk about a residence with over 100 years of history, including photos, documents, and publications. I first met with city staff on site in 2004 when the Garricks purchased the property. This residence was designed for the Marks family in 1912 by Howard Van Doren Shaw, who is an AIA gold medal architect that I think everyone in town is familiar with. It was from a rare period in time, however, 1911 to 1912, when David Adler actually worked in Howard Van Doren Shaw's office. It was arguably some of the best work that Shaw produced. Adler's influence is seen in many details. The first floor spaces orient to the street with a hall to the lake and gardens, while the second floor reverses with the bedrooms to the lake, anecdotally at the insistence of Mrs. Mark. Rose Standish Nichols designed a portion of the original sunken rose garden, which we restored and intend to expand to its original size. Shaw had a special relationship with Clayton Mark, who later commissioned Shaw to design Marktown, which was a model factory town for his steel mill in Indiana. The Marks family had a previous home in Lake Forest that was destroyed by fire. Thus, this home, as Ron alleged, was built with exceptional attention to detail, strength, and non-combustible materials. The exterior walls are solid masonry, the floors are concrete, and we intend to duplicate that in the restoration. As built under Shaw's hand in 1913, the residence stands out as one of the best examples of Shaw's balanced massing. It has enduring elegance, and it was featured in Architectural Record magazine in 1917, among many other publications. Why is all this important to Lake Forest? Because Shaw lived at Ragdale, and his hand is actually woven through the fabric of our everyday life, from Market Square to the many local residents that he designed, numbering in the 20s. In 1940, as Ron mentioned earlier, there was a partial demolition. This plan is the foundation and demolition plan that shows how it was changed. After the fire, significant changes were made to the historic residence, and only the fact that it was non-combustible saved it from greater devastation. Exterior changes destroyed the harmonious massing of subordinate elements. The subordinate wing on the south was completely removed. An east wing, which offered the best lake views in the home, was removed. The living room and master bedroom were eliminated. A flat roof garage was added at the north end, taking the place of the existing porch. Our project's intent is to replicate the original exteriors at the south and east wings, returning the living room and master bedroom to the interior. This is the existing residence as you see it from Lake Road, the west elevation. This is what we intend to use. This is a historic photo that shows the areas that we'll be replicating. This is a view from the southeast corner of the property at the existing residence, showing where the current location of the screen porch is. This is how we intend to replicate it from a historic photo. This is actually a photo from the 1917 Architectural Record magazine. This is from the interior garden courtyard to the south, which also shows the screen porch, which is going to be relocated to its original position, where it should have started and ended. We'll use the lumber that the owners have made from trees harvested on site in as many areas as possible in the new interiors, as we've been doing for years. We've already used it for architectural casework so far, including children's lockers and bookcases. We plan to add a new architectural hyphen a breezeway which will serve as a connection between the new garage and the existing residence. The garage is generated by the rhythm set from the existing distance between stone pilasters at the north wing. The new overhead doors will face the north side yard instead of the street as the current garage does. We'll reduce the paved surfaces significantly with a new service drive through an alley of bur oaks to a lake vista, part of which is in place. The north half of the lake vista was established several years ago. We plan to install the second part of the alley of oak trees and incorporate a vista to the lake straight through the property. We have the scale model tonight, which can be viewed and manipulated to show existing and proposed. In conclusion, you've seen and heard of our steady progress with this project, from interiors to existing exterior, landscaping, and even to locating the new pool equipment on grade in anticipation of locating it in the lower level of the new south wing. By granting us a certificate of appropriateness and an exception to the maximum floor area requirement, you will not only further the purpose of city ordinances, you will return one of our community's historic treasures to its original balanced and enduring elegance as designed with influence from Adler and is built under Howard Van Doren Shaw in 1913. Thank you very much. Amy Olson, our landscape architect, is here also to answer questions.
All right, thank you. Let's do a staff report and we'll ask you some questions about that.
Thank you, Chairman Pairitz. Just a couple quick comments. This certainly is a significant project. It's significant in scope. The size of the additions that were destroyed in the 1940s and are proposed to be reconstructed. It's associated with a significant architect, Howard Van Doren Shaw. The owner is fortunate to have the original drawings from Shaw to use as a template for the construction drawings that are proposed. It requires significant restoration and attention to detail. And then there's also some technical significances. There's a significant building scale overage that's requested to allow the restoration to occur. And there's a significant encroachment into the steep slope setback area. So at this point in the project, as the homeowner mentioned, this project has been in the works for several years. There's been lots of discussions with staff, talking about the steep slope, talking about the building scale, talking about the architecture. And I really think this is a threshold issue for the project to continue to move through the process is whether or not the commission can support such a significant building scale overage for this type of project. It's certainly unique. There are positive findings in the staff report to show that the building scale criteria that we reviewed with the previous petition are met with this. Certainly the restoration of an original Howard Van Doren Shaw structure is consistent with those standards in the ordinance. So I'll keep my comments to that. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. But from a process standpoint, we are taking this before the Historic Preservation Commission first for discussion on the building scale variance and the appropriateness of the reconstruction of the historic wings. Down the road, we will take a more technical look at the bluff stability, the steep slope setback encroachment, and we'll take it through that process once the commission has taken action on this project. Thanks.
All right, thank you, Megan. Now's an opportunity for the commissioners to ask questions of the petitioner, and I know that we need to hear about some landscaping, so we have some questions on that. Are there questions you'd like to ask before you hear about that?
You know, Megan, I want to ask you a question about something, because this petition reminds me of that house on Broadsmore that we saw years ago, that it was a very significant overage, but they were adding back a wing that had been demolished and also adding back the steep roof line. And, I mean, that was years ago, but the result was fabulous. So I know it's a significant overage, but we have had precedent in here and that has been very successful. And we've gotten back, we're lucky as a community to get back a significant treasure that we actually lost. So I find this very similar. And just, I mean, do you look at it the same way? Like, does that Broadsmore thing strike any significant, or, similarities here with you?
Certainly, there's been only a couple in the community where there has been, for some reason or another, a portion of a historic building removed, and original drawings exist, and they can be recreated. And for the most part, I think those projects certainly have been successful and contribute to the fabric of Lake Forest's community and the historic character.
Does that answer your question?
Well, I guess my question is, I do have a question for you. We do have precedent for this, so it's not, I mean, I guess that's a statement. We do have precedent of seeing a similar project, but can you tell me in anything of this, first of all, I think this is fabulous that you're undertaking this. This is unbelievably, you've gone through your time and effort to do this. It's just, I've never seen anything like this, so thank you for doing this. Is there anything that you're doing that Shaw hasn't done? Is there any changes? I mean, when you say the original plans, I'm just assuming you're taking the original plan and rebuilding from it, but there's got to be some changes due to the time that's gone by.
On the exterior, we plan to replicate exactly what was there. The only thing that's different, as I said, was the garage at the north end, and we're using something that's part of the standards for doing this type of work, an architectural hyphen, which is mostly glass, that sits on the exact footprint of the original screen porch and separates what we're doing from what was Shaw's work. So we're not trying to say that we are Shaw doing this garage, but we have this hyphen which keeps us separate.
So there was not an original garage to this house then?
No, as it stands, as you saw in the historic elevation, there was a porch that sat right here. The garage was out of view.
Okay.
In 1912, 1913, they had different needs for garages.
Yeah. Cows, horses.
Good question.
Sure, Bob, go ahead.
I'm not, I may be confused here. The bedroom dining wing that's going off the back, that is also replicating something that was on the original house?
Yes. Yeah, that, if you recall, the view from the southeast shows that part. This shows the east wing off the dining room and off the bedrooms.
Okay.
As well as the south wing.
Well, the one I was referring to is the one that is directly on the east side, on the lake side there, in the middle.
That's this area right here.
Right, so that went out that far.
Right,
And
it went
then
out basically to the existing garden wall, which is on the bottom.
Right, so when it got destroyed, they just built back and left the.
Right, this
I see.
was there and was removed in 1940, essentially reducing it to the view that you saw of the lake. That was taken with my back against the wall.
Do you want to, do we have a microphone that we can give him? Or?
You can just push your.
Oh, yeah, you here. You could vote.
I'm sure you the foundation is still there.
Oh.
Right, as you saw in the photo that had snow, the existing foundation is actually a foot underground, exactly as it was constructed.
So we have folks at home, so we're trying to, my microphone was actually off, so between you and me, we're really screwing these guys up, but we'll do our best to stay on the microphones. Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what, why don't we go to the landscaping, if that's okay? Did you have a question?
I had a few little detail questions that can wait till the end.
Let's hear about the landscaping, because we'd like to understand that. And when you're covering the landscaping, can you maybe just give us a sense for the difference of what the east side of this home would have been like when it was built versus today? I mean, is it severely different, or is it relatively the same?
As you saw from the historic photo, that was 1970.
Got to do the microphone.
The historic photo was from Architectural Record magazine in 1917. So it was pretty much open. The Rose Nichols garden, which is sunken and goes across the whole lake side of the home, was the primary landscaping that they had. Other than that, it went to natural bluffs. We've got literally hundreds of other photos all through history that show going down to the lake at that time, and it was a natural bluff with trees. That's
Great. So is there a landscape plan that you want to walk us through, or is the landscape plan to be generated, or?
as it stands now, the landscaping is a feature of minimalism and removal because we're trying to satisfy neighbors and the streetscape view to the lake. So we've actually named Ted Roberts Vista for Ted Roberts, who's the neighbor across the street. That's shown right here as Ted Roberts Vista. So he wants to be able to see through to the lake as he currently does with a swimming pool there and promises from the Garrix family, Ted Roberts Vista will remain.
And so certainly I respect the work you've done to meet with your neighbors and understand what the neighbors' requirements are. We just talked about that on the last petition, and we talk about that all the time. So that was great. Is the landscape style that's being proposed, forgetting the exact placement of the vistas and that kind of thing, but just the character of the landscaping consistent with what Shaw would have done in that early, in those early photos?
If you recall, maybe we can go back to the historic front. There was very little landscaping between the street and the residence. That was it. There, stop. This is 1917, so approximately 4 years after it was built.
Okay.
There were some trees which I suspect by their size were there before the house was built.
Sure.
Other than that, there's a street in the parkway along the street, a tree along the street, and not too much other landscaping. And there are no existing landscape plans that show any great detail.
And on the, I know it's an engineering question, but on the steep slope setback, do we have any sense of how severe that challenge is, or just?
As was stated earlier, city engineering staff has been in consultation with the petitioners for a number of years now. A permit was issued last summer for restoration work on the bluff. To our knowledge, that work has not yet been completed. The city engineer does believe that if that work is completed as it was specified and if it achieves the goals as were envisioned, and we would need demonstration once the work is complete to demonstrate that in fact the goals were achieved, then they would be inclined to support a steep slope variance that would need to go to the zoning board.
Okay, thank you. That helps a lot because that demonstrates a level of diligence that is in excess of what we normally see at this stage of the game. So appreciate that too.
Do they have a time limit on that, Kathy? Is there a certain time? Is it like over a year or 2 years, or how do they evaluate that?
There's a time limit on how long the permit is valid, and then they would actually require demonstration that appropriate compaction took place. They would require as-built drawings. They wouldn't evaluate it over time, but they would evaluate that in fact the work was done and achieved the goals. Technically, I can't speak to exactly what they're looking for, but the city engineering staff is very engaged in this project.
Good.
If you'd like, I could, a brief footnote. The engineers that we're working with are the same engineers that the city hired to re-engineer the road to the boat ramp. It's AECOM, which is the world's largest engineering firm. Over 45,000 people work there, and they're active in 150 countries right now. So we're trying to do as thorough a job as we possibly can, and everything over the last 4 years has said that this is eminently doable. Every soil boring they've done has supported our plans, or we wouldn't be here tonight.
Oh, good. That's helpful.
One other question is with respect to the paving. We were, now if you go back to a modern day photo of this front of this building, the red brick paving, which is fairly recent, I think, well, maybe it's not, hard to know. That was the one comment we received from the historic foundation. They were questioning whether you had any plan to change that, or they seemed to be suggesting that that's out of context with the rest of the character of the house.
The reason for the red brick is that it was an exact match to what we unearthed when we were redoing the driveway. City staff was involved in the selection of that brick back when we did it in 2006. The problem is that this driveway was built to airport runway standards, so it's staying perfect. It's a heated driveway, it doesn't have snow plows going on it, and the bricks look brand new. And they were put in 2006, so it'll always have a stark difference. If you flip to the same view historically, the next slide, there's always been quite a contrast between the driveway and the buff-colored brick. We talked with previous members of city staff about the colors, and when we found the brick underneath what was there and brought it to them, they said to match the color of the brick.
Fair enough. Any other questions?
A few little details. Oh, sorry.
Well, that's all right, go ahead.
Detail away.
In the, if you want to go back to the drawings of the front and rear elevations, if you could, this
Our
one.
drawings?
Yeah, this one. On the chimney, there isn't any transition between the lower portion where the firebox is and the flue. And in the original drawing, there was some brickwork that sort of made a transition, this sort of a stepped look. Do you plan on doing that, or is that just
No,
the drawing?
this is representational, and naturally
Okay.
we plan to replicate every detail as accurately as we possibly can.
Okay. And in the windows, with the curved tops on the far right, how many panes are going to be above the French doors? In the original drawings, there were 8, and you only have 3.
Right, once again, this is
Okay.
representational.
Okay, just making
It's
sure.
a small scale, and it's
Okay.
for this purpose.
Okay. And along the roof line, you'll continue the same eave as the main part of the building, right?
Yes, that's
Okay,
one of
just-
the original plans that we have,
Okay.
is the original roof plan.
Right.
And we have the pitches established, we'll match the original roof. That's an interesting point, because the existing north wing is subservient to the mass of the front of the house. To achieve that same thing with the larger south wing, they put a flat roof on it in 1913, and we'll do the same thing now. So this is a pitched roof that goes to a small flat portion.
Okay. Interesting. I just had to make sure, because I noticed those little, thank you.
Go ahead, Bob.
So a little wondering if, since it's going to sort of make or break the whole thing, have you been able to find brick that's going to look like the existing, close enough to not be able to stand out?
Yes, I have samples here tonight. It's going to take a blend. You can see each sample board. Each sample board represents the manufacturer's current product. So we're going to have to do, as staff recommended, build a panel with probably 5 or 6 different current patterns of brick to achieve the diversity of color and texture that exists. The dark brown bricks are slightly different texture than the buff colored bricks on the existing residence. We plan to match that as exactly as we can, and we'll start out by building a sample wall on site for city staff approval.
All right, now's an opportunity for the public to give us any comments if they have some. We've received all kinds of praise in letter form, so we'll hold you to brief praise if you're praising. But come on up.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Smith. I'm on the faculty of Indiana University Northwest. This is my husband, Steve Mark, who's the great-grandson of Clayton Mark and actually looks remarkably like him. We have a commissioned portrait of Clayton Mark that we have pictures of Steve at various ages looking more and more like him until he's
This
finally...
isn't a plus.
Sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, just as an aside, we live in a Mies van der Rohe building. We go through historic architectural integrity, but it's one architect. We are so impressed with all of the details that you all, what a fantastic public service to deal with all the varieties of issues that you're dealing with. And it's really been an honor for us to
to be here and listen to this. It was also really helpful when you repeated why when is the bulk exceptions justified? And for historical significance, that's exactly what they're written for. And for the opportunity for Lake Forest to have residents who are willing to spend the time, life force, money, energy to restore something of this historical and architectural significance is awe-inspiring. And, you know, it's truly remarkable. I understand that our letters just got submitted to you. We have several publications in this area in which we have gone through the dozens and dozens of newspapers, articles, books, you know, the significance of Clayton Mark, and so much of it is tied in with what he did with the architecture in this region, whether in Marktown with the 97 original houses, the utopian community he was trying to create with the best architect that he used in his own home, and to have this opportunity to have it restored just seems too good to be true. And if I could have, you know, Steve say a few words.
Yeah, you know, you have to compare him to Pullman, and his idea was, let's make housing, you know, through Shaw and give them something really, really good. So the houses at that time, they didn't have the modern facilities that we have today. So he made it so that a worker could own his own home in several years, maybe 4 years, 7 years, and his whole idea in life is a devotion to education, and he wanted to teach everybody to be able to do what he and achieve what he did. So he was the president of the Board of Education in Chicago. He only had a 7th grade education. Lake Forest was established with the around the academy, and his house was right next door to the academy, and he did a lot of work with the academy. So he's complete devotion in trying to help everybody out. You know, so he's just a very unique individual.
And if you go to the tours of Marktown, they all feature Lake Forest, you know, yeah. Shaw, you know, Clayton Mark, our icon, you know, lives in Lake Forest. So everyone make sure to go from Marktown, Northwest Indiana to Lake Forest to see the original Shaw. So anyway, thank you for your time.
We wrote an article, you know, Stephanie wrote it, you know, 90%. But it's, there's 8 different colleges and universities in Northwest Indiana. And they have you know, so many hits in that. And this is the 2nd most popular article that's ever been printed in the South Shore Journal. So if you Google South Shore Journal,
okay, then we'll get some more hits, right? We'll get our numbers up.
Thank you for coming out. Appreciate that. Any other public testimony?
Hi. I'll be brief. I know you guys want to get home. So my name is Gina Park. I've lived in Lake Forest for 15 years, and I have known Ron and Karina for most of my time here in Lake Forest. So I have a few things to say. First of all, over that time, I've gotten to know them very well, and you can see their level of passion and commitment about restoration and architecture. It just goes beyond anything I've ever experienced before. So I can attest to the fact that their goals in recreating the work that was already there are really in keeping with the vision of Howard Van Doren Shaw and the original grandeur of the property, and the level that they've gone to restore this property so far is just incredible. Seeking down furniture and family connections and history and sharing it with the public. So that's number one. And number two, I live on 565 East Deer Path, across from the Presbyterian Church, in a 1909 home. And we also have young kids. And I can say that, you know, as a property owner in Lake Forest, to have people committed to valuing and restoring these old homes that sit on these incredible pieces of property is very important to all of us, I think, because it impacts all of our home values in town. Having young kids and having old windows and, you know, all kinds of issues, and people who are willing to fund this and restore these beautiful homes, I think is very important to all of us. And then lastly, I am also involved in many fundraisers and charities in town. I sit on 5 local boards. Ragdale is one of those. I'm on the Board of Trustees, and my husband and I are angel donors to their capital campaign and restoration of the Howard Van Doren Shaw home there. And I have to say that the Garrix family has been so incredibly generous to this community in terms of opening their home and sharing it with us. So it's, you know, the Spirit of 67 home tour to support our school districts, the Gorton benefit, Ragdale Novel Affair, historic preservation garden walks. And you rarely will find someone on the lake who's more willing to share their property than they are with the community. And we all really appreciated that. So that's another thing I wanted to add. And lastly, I run almost every day, 5 of 7 days a week by their house, and you have beautiful views of the lake, much more open than a lot of the property that sits along Lake Road. So I really am totally and fully supportive of what they're doing and wish them all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public testimony? Please, come on up.
Rami Lopat, 410 Woodland. It was very enjoyable. I'm very curious about Clayton Mark, and so that was very interesting to listen to you. And obviously, this is an astonishing undertaking that you are doing.
Tells me no.
I would love to have that conversation.
Sorry to say, we can't consider that.
How this happens. I need your banker. I want him to raise the money for me. I don't have it. The landscaping plan is my curiosity. We haven't heard about that, and I haven't seen the landscaping plan. There's only a site plan in the packet that I have. Under the city staff recommendation, it says framed views of the lake. That's the operative word for me, the word framed views, because I've spent a lot of time studying the historic streetscapes of Lake Forest, and to me, the idea has been that framing. It hasn't been the wide open, expansive view of the lake. There may be those, but it comes from a rhythm of open space and closed spaces. So with all due respect to your neighbor across the street, I would like to see framing as we're driving up north on Lake Road, so that as the driver is going, there is not a complete open view of your swimming pool, but that it is framed. On continuing north, I can understand how you would want an open space in front of your front door because it's such an incredible home. But on the other hand, I haven't seen the landscaping, so it doesn't, right now it doesn't seem like there's symmetry there, like the ancillary north end of your house, which would be the garage end, that's very open to view right now. So I'm hoping that there's an open space in front of your front door, very formal, and then the rest is much more screened. That may be happening, I just don't know, but I'm hoping that happens. And along the curb, you have the red brick, but I don't see on in any other street that we have that kind of brick running right along the street. And unfortunately, the neighbor to the north has white limestone that's just spilling onto the street. Both are hazards. They're being hit by plows. They're just falling to the street. And it's Lake Road. It's our most iconic, elegant road in this town. So as you do that landscaping, and whether you can coordinate with the people next door, and bring back that special curbing, that curb appeal, I'd love you to look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other? Yep, come on up. Thank you.
It's very late, and I've been here since 6:30. I thought we were going to have one agenda item, and it was going to be this one. That's how naive I am. My name is Ted Roberts. I live right across the street from the Greeks. That first picture you saw with the driveway was my driveway. When I bought my house in 1985, I never dreamed that that historic edifice would be changed in any significant way. And I had a great view of the lake unobstructed. And that's something I very much value. I hope you saw my memorandum of April 21st, which lays out my thinking. However, I want to tell you, I urge that you approve this request. I have had deep discussions with Ron and Karina. They've been very reasonable and subject to their maintaining complete openness with what remains there, unfortunately not as much as I would like. I'm agreeable to this all the way. And I would like to have that be a permanent part of your approval if you can do that. And Ron agrees with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? All right, so now's an opportunity for the commissioners to deliberate. We have a hard stop at 11 o'clock, by the way.
Lovely. Well, you know, I'll go
Or is it
ahead and
10:30?
I'll just go ahead and say what I said before.
Please.
Thank you so much. This is really an opportunity for our whole community to regain a jewel. And the amount of time and energy and money you're putting into this is just astonishing. It is astonishing. So thank you so much. I did have the opportunity to go through your house in one of those many events, and it was just lovely. I was one of the tour guides for the home tour years ago, and I was in awe. So you've done really nice work. And it's not unusual for us in this community. We have a precedent here where we've approved a bulk overage like this. And it was really risky to do that years ago, but the resulting outcome was that we restored a historic architectural gem in our community. So I think we have an opportunity we don't get very often here. I know it's a significant bulk overages, but I think the benefit to the community is much greater. So thank you for all your work on this.
I'd like a recommendation from the staff really quickly on one item, if I could, and that we have a staff recommendation here, I believe, in here. Can I just look at that really quickly and make sure I'm current on one issue? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you address the landscape in your conditions in any manner?
We are recommending that a landscape plan be submitted as part of the conditions of approval, and that the framed views of the lake are maintained to the south wing of the residence.
And so my question is, because this is a fairly involved project, could happen over a period of a long period of time. I'm not sure how long, frankly. What would the timing of the landscaping be, or do we have how does the staff look at the overall duration of the project relative, your rules and regulations don't really consider this kind of a project normally. They would, a normal building permit is a year, things like that. So maybe you could just talk to us about that, Kathy.
Tell me where you're going. Are you going in the direction of wanting to see the landscaping in sooner? Are you wanting to address the question of whether the area to the south of the house remains open?
I have a couple
in
concerns.
perpetuity?
The first is I'm not sure how much work is involved in the slope work, and I'm not sure if that work all happens prior to construction in the rear of the house. So that's one question. The second question is if the duration of this project is 2 years start to finish for just building work after the slope is stabilized, which is kind of like my knee-jerk kind of like intuition, then my question would be, when does the landscaping get put in? Because you're occupying, the house is continuously occupied during this, I assume. So there's use of the house the whole time. So you're talking about a landscape plan that could be implemented 3 years from now, something like that?
Answer to your first question, the restoration work, the structural, physical restoration work on the bluff does need to be completed before we would be in a position to go to the zoning board and then to issue a permit. If there are some restorative plantings that need to occur on the bluff, those could happen after a building permit is issued. Your approval could direct, for instance, and I don't know if this is the right time period, but that after the building permit is issued, that within the first available planting season after that permit is issued, that plantings in areas that would not be impacted by construction be completed?
You're writing, Mr. Travers?
I'm going to try and do that now. Could you repeat that,
This is exactly what I'm after, is I'm trying to mitigate the effect of all of this work on this immediate neighborhood. You know, I'm trying to keep it down to a dull roar. And so if the landscaping can be advanced on the north half of the site or in portions of the site, that of course requires us to see the plan at some point that makes sense ahead of the planting going in, right? So I don't know, you know, maybe the triggers need to be thought through a little bit, and I'm happy to have the staff, you know, noodle through that, but I think that there should be some triggers that you guys consider acceptable, that work towards mitigating the impact of the construction on the neighbors.
A couple thoughts, and I'll repeat what I said. The commission should provide clear direction on whether you want to see the landscape plan back before you. That certainly is reasonable with the project of this extent. And that landscape plan, I would expect, would be informed by the completion of the work on the bluff.
Right.
And then second, you could also add a condition that as part of the landscape plan coming back to you, that there's a phasing plan for those plantings with some direction that perhaps within whatever the time, after a permit is issued during the first available planting season, that the areas of the property not impacted by construction be planted, so that you're advancing plantings in the area that won't be impacted. And then finally, there was the question from the neighbor, and we heard opposing sides on whether the views in the area of the pool south of the home should be preserved as open space. The staff recommendation is that if there's an agreement between the neighbors to have those open in perpetuity, that we leave that as a private matter. If they want to agree to put some type of restriction on the deed, I think it's better that remains private. And if that type of openness is acceptable to the commission, that you let them work that out and the city not be involved in either approving it or enforcing it.
Well, I appreciate that recommendation. I think we would consider that requirement for an initial approval for sure. And I think that your advice on a perpetual agreement, we would take on that. You know, we would take your advice on that, I think. Any other deliberations?
It's wonderful.
Great project.
Yes.
Great project. Did you have a question?
I have one comment.
Sure.
Went to Boston, we saw Rose Standish Nichols' house. She's the landscape person, and she did the English garden in back of the Mark House, and they have the Clayton Mark house in their library. They actually have a picture and everything, so they're aware of this.
Great. And just to kind of flesh that out a little bit more, I do think we would want to see that landscape plan come before us, and we would like to have a little more fuller understanding at that time how how you resolve both the historical precedences for the kind of landscape that might have been on this house, along with what we would look for. Rami said it quite well in terms of the normal aesthetic that we would apply for landscaping in the ordinance for these snippets of issues. And I think that there's a way to resolve that. I'm not concerned about it, but I think if you spend some time thinking about that as you put that plan together, that would be helpful. Any other deliberations? I will see if anyone's willing to offer a motion.
I'm going to try and do it. It might
got that because
might get a little complicated at one point, but we'll see. I move that the commission grant a certificate of appropriateness approving additions and alterations at 999 North Lake Road, consistent with the application and statement of intent presented to the commissioners by the petitioner, and that the commission recommend that City Council approve the requisite building scale variance not to exceed 127.5%. The motion is based on the findings detailed in the applicable staff report dated April 30th, 2014, and incorporates the materials submitted and presented by the petitioner and the testimony and the deliberations of the commission at this public meeting as additional findings. The approval would be subject to the following conditions of approval. 1, this project must abide by all of the terms, conditions, restrictions, and provisions of the City of Lake Forest Code and all other applicable codes, ordinances, rules, and regulations. 2, any modification of the plan shall be consistent with the plans presented to the Commission and consistent with any direction or conditions of approval established by the Commission. Final plan shall be submitted for review and verification of compliance by staff in consultation with the chairman as appropriate prior to submitting a complete application and plans for a building permit. 3, a mock-up of the proposed material shall be reviewed and will be subject to approval by city staff to confirm consistency with the information presented to the commission prior to the scheduling of a framing inspection. The material selection, size, texture, and jointing pattern of the stone shall be reviewed to ensure compatibility with existing stone facade and materials. 4, a landscape plan shall be submitted to the commission for approval, both with respect to final design and phasing, and shall be further subject to review and approval by the city certified arborist prior to the rough framing inspection. The city's arborist shall evaluate the plan to confirm that A, the planting shown provides screening of the new additions and driveway from neighboring properties. B, framed views of the lake from the street are maintained to the south of the restored wing.
I happily second that.
All right, then, excuse me, just, I'd like to add one little thing to that. Could we, on the material selection that you, for the panel that's going to be, we add brick and stone to that?
Yes.
The mock-up of brick and stone?
Yes. So why don't I read condition of approval number 3 in its entirety then? A mock-up of the proposed material shall be reviewed and will be subject to approval by city staff to confirm consistency with the information presented to the commission prior to the scheduling of a framing inspection. The material selection, size, texture, and jointing pattern of the brick and stone shall be reviewed to ensure compatibility with the existing facade and materials.
Fine.
All right, the motion's been made by Commissioner Travers.
You'll get it right.
Seconded by Commissioner Swenson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right, so congratulations on that. It's a great project. We're really looking forward to it. And I would just, if you humor me for one moment, can I ask the staff if, I'm sorry, can I ask if there's any other public comment on any other non-agenda items? You do have one. So, Rami, come on up. And while you're doing that, I want to make a quick announcement that our fine city staff member, Megan, this is her final meeting today. She's accepted a job in Seattle as a staff land planner. And so she will be departing from this community. And we've really enjoyed her service. She's done a great job for us. And so,
Congratulations, Megan.
That's fantastic. That's great. I'm sorry because you brought the bike plan to this town, and so thank you for that and all your work. You have big shoes. We have big shoes to fill. You know, reviewing one of the cases tonight, the one on Sheridan Road. You know, I didn't come forward, I feel like I kept popping up tonight. And it was all about streetscape. And that Sheridan Road case stuck out in my mind because just a few days ago, before I knew it was on your agenda, I went north on Sheridan Road and I looked over at that willow tree that's about to be cut down, and I said, oh my God, look at that willow tree, it's so yellow. And it's right on a curve, a very important curve on Sheridan Road, which you all probably recognize and know. And so I was really sad to see that tree coming down, and then thinking about this landscape plan that has no talk about the entire streetscape along there. Now, I know our staff is very busy and so on and so forth, but an arborist is not a landscape designer. We have to take into consideration, we have to revisit the idea of streetscape in this town. We have Mariani, huge company, knowing we don't really want stockades, especially in the historic district, coming in and proposing one. On the other hand, we have 800 Sheridan Road, taking it down. And Sheridan is a much busier street than the one on Rosemary, thank you. We have little short boxwoods coming in front yards. And the way historic streetscapes have been in Lake Forest is that we have woodland buffers in front of the most huge, out-of-scale historic mansions. They always had that woodland buffer. Now we have these little tiny hedges coming along. So there's not consistency, and we don't have guidelines, and I don't know how you view a landscape. I don't know how you judge a landscape when it comes in front of you. In terms of the streetscape, what it's bringing to our whole community, to the drivers that go up and down these roads, to the larger neighborhood, not just that one yard. There was a case a couple of months ago where you approved some piers on a house down by Ringwood on Sheridan. Small little piers. No one ever, next to big piers of a mansion, of a beautiful brick wall. No one ever, who is responsible here for saying the buckthorn should come down? So those little piers went up in the buckthorn. Come on, that's not what we want in a streetscape. We can do better. We have to take a look and create some guidelines that give us some way of commenting on a landscape. So that's my soapbox tonight. Thank you for indulging me.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Rami, a question about our comments?
Sure.
Or is that not allowed?
No, you can ask a question, and you could
Rami,
even...
I remember some time ago, the Historic Preservation Foundation did a very nice PowerPoint presentation on fence practices in the city of Lake Forest. I think primarily oriented towards trying to emphasize the appropriateness and the importance of city guidelines with respect to fence practices, which are most often honored in the breach. And did you have anything to do with that?
Yes.
And I've asked several times to obtain a hard copy of that PowerPoint presentation. I think it'd be useful for everyone on the commission to have, and maybe city staff to have. So one thing I would suggest, by way of lighting a candle rather than cursing the darkness, is to for you to cause that to be published, because I think it's really useful for making your point that we can significantly improve the streetscapes of the city of Lake Forest by paying attention to city guidelines with respect to fences.
Terrific. Be happy to get you some and take it forward. I'd like to share it with a wider group of city staff members as well.
Great. We all have email addresses.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that, and the only follow-up comment I would have to that is that we do our best to balance the interests of all folks, and you can see from the agendas tonight that some folks like fences, some folks don't like fences, and so we do our best. Thanks for coming out tonight. Is there any other announcements from the city staff? I'll ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved and seconded by
Second.
And there we go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it.